4 immediate steps that I would take to prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask you again. I don't think you're going to answer. I agree with Tom Cotton. He's a traitor. You, for years, until you got chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot imagine a director of national intelligence that would say that kind of behavior is okay. How would we maintain the trust of the IC and the contractors who work for it? How would we maintain the trust of our Five Eye partners? I find it very troubling. Let me move to 702. I know other members are going to raise this. Remember, the 702 is critical to our national security. 60% of the president's daily brief, 60% of the information President Trump gets every day in a PDB will come from this. You've had a long history of opposing 702. Many members of Congress have. But one of the things you actually done that not many have is not to reform it, but you actually said you wanted to repeal it. But now, whether it's confirmation conversion or whatever, you call 702 vital. And I'm quoting, because of significant FISA reforms have been enacted since you left Congress. Ms. Gabbard, what are the reforms that have led you to now support 702?
In the short time that I have, Senator, I will just note that my actions in legislation in Congress were done to draw attention to the egregious civil liberties violations that were occurring at that time.
Ms. Gabbard, Ms. Gabbard, I ask you a question. Please give me the courtesy of responding. You said the reforms now make you support it. What can you cite? Which reforms?
There are a number of reforms to include getting rid
in the new law,
right? That all of you and your wisdom.
Ms. Gabbard, my time is getting short, but I got to just tell you, after the reforms were passed into law in April of 24, you went on Joe Rogan's podcast in May. The bill is now law. And you said, quote, this bill took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse. Again, in my mind, this is a question of judgment. 702 is critical. I appreciate this late conversion, but I'm not sure I buy it because you've had such a consistent position. Again, I know my colleague's going to raise these, but rather than standing up to dictators like Putin and Assad, you've sometimes amplified his talking points. I mean, I just do not understand how you can blame NATO for Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And when Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, you didn't condemn him. I can go through all the quotes. You actually questioned Americans' intelligence. Now, you mentioned a lot about trust. And one of the things that I'm so proud on this committee is my friend Senator Burr said, we always follow the truth. I say on this committee, the most valuable work I do in this, and we have a bipartisan approach to intelligence. I think we have worked to try to keep the intelligence community and earn their trust, and frankly, earn the trust of the American people. But I respectfully, ma'am, I just don't believe on your judgment and credibility issues that this is the appropriate role that you should take going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gabbard, Edward
You are
Snowden
listening to Maine Senator Susan Collins, currently questioning Tulsi Gabbard, who is the nominee for the Director of National Intelligence in front of the U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee.
Information, including sensitive sources and methods, thus jeopardizing agents in the field. So let me ask you a question. If confirmed, would you support or recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
Thank you for the question, Senator Collins. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related to Snowden.
So the answer is no. Is
Correct.
that correct? In 2020, you introduced the Protect Brave Whistleblowers Act, which would amend the Espionage Act to make it more difficult to prosecute individuals who reveal classified information. In particular, the bill would allow individuals to disclose even top secret information as long as it's not done with the specific intent to injure the United States or advantage any foreign nation. Your bill would also have created an affirmative defense if public disclosure of classified information were made for several reasons, one of which was to expose gross waste of funds. I strongly oppose this legislation, which would hamper our ability to prosecute people who give our adversaries classified information. So let me ask you this. Ms. Gabbard, do you still support providing individuals who have access to top secret information with the ability to make their own decisions regarding whether that information should be publicly disclosed, even though disclosure may cause tremendous harm to our country or our allies?
Senator, we cannot and should not have individual vigilantes within the intelligence community making their own decisions about how and where and when to expose our nation's secrets. The intent of the legislation that you have pointed out was pointed towards ensuring due process for those who are charged under the Espionage Act in a court of law. This is a law that has been abused in some cases and used for political purposes. President Obama charged more people under the Espionage Act than all other presidents combined. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my sole focus and goal would be our nation's security, which includes ensuring the security of our nation's secrets. And I would work to make sure that we don't have any disclosures or vigilantes taking it upon themselves. There are numerous legal paths that will protect this information for those who feel they have concerns. And I look forward to working with you and this committee on making sure that those protections are known by every single person in the workforce and effectively implemented.
So you do not support allowing individuals to make their own decisions without authorization to disclose secret information, classified information?
Yes, and I believe we have the legal structure in place for those who have concerns to address them.
As you know, there has been speculation in the press that you met with Hezbollah, a terrorist organization affiliated with Iran. Have you ever knowingly met with any members, leaders, or affiliates of Hezbollah?
No, and it is an absurd accusation.
Let me ask you one final question in the short time we have left. With Hamas, ISIS-K, the Houthis, all the Iranian proxies in Syria and Iraq, Yemen, and Al-Qaeda all posing general resurgences in the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia, I'm alarmed at the lack of focus by the IC on this threat to our safety. We don't want to have to call you back to this room after a terrorist attack and ask, how did the IC miss this? Great power competition, China, Russia, definitely pose threats to our country, but the terrorist threat is arguably the most imminent threat, according to former FBI Director Chris Wray. If confirmed, what would be your strategy to refocus the IC on the terrorist threat to our country and to Americans abroad?
Thank you, Senator. I agree with your assessment, and this speaks to the need for the ODNI to exist, to redirect those resources, identifying the gaps in intelligence so that we are able to get ahead of these threats instead of coming around after the fact and trying to assess why did we not know about this sooner so that we could have taken action to prevent it.
Thank you.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome.
Now speaking,
Ms.
Senator
Gabbard.
Ron Wyden, a Democrat from the state of Oregon. We're listening to the confirmation hearings of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence.
We've been talking about Section 702, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and I believe it's critical that the DNI support additional reforms to protect the privacy of law-abiding Americans. In your written response to committee questions, you wrote, and I quote, "Warrants should generally be required before an agency undertakes a U.S. person query of Section 702. Is this your current position?"
Yes, it is, Senator. And as you'll note in that written response, I noted some exigent circumstances with which there may be other options. But I also want to make a note that a simple warrant requirement is ultimately going to be a policy decision that all of you will make. I would point to history, to some examples.
Time is short. I'm glad you answered in line with your written answer that you support a warrant. Section 702 also involves a huge loophole now that was included recently that could allow the government to force anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router or cable box to secretly participate in the warrantless surveillance program. Do you support, as I do, eliminating this language?
Senator, I would have to look more into that and assess, if confirmed, what the impacts of the implementation of the existing safeguards are and come back to you in Congress as you look at reauthorization.
It is a massive loophole, and I hope to hear after you've looked at it that you'll be supportive of my efforts. Let me turn now to the question of the Inspector General situation. Can the President of the United States refuse to fund the Inspector General for the intelligence community despite appropriations from Congress? And here I'd like a yes or no.
Senator, I don't know about the legal authorities, but I understand the essential role that the Inspectors General play. And if confirmed, look forward to empowering our Inspector General to fulfill their responsibility.
Good, because Congress either has the power of the purse or it doesn't. And I think in your answer to me, you recognize that you have an independent obligation to follow the law. I think that's a constructive answer. Let me turn now to the matter of spying on journalists. You wrote in your response to the committee questions that you support the Biden administration Department of Justice's policy restricting the collection of reporters' records, and you called for the codification of those restrictions. Will you reconfirm that position this morning?
I believe strongly in the First Amendment, which protects a free press.
So you will, in effect, say that you will continue to support the Biden administration policy to protect journalists?
I'm not familiar with the specific Biden administration policy, but I believe strongly in the defense of the First Amendment.
It is a policy that restricts the collection of reporters' records, and you have called for the codification of those records, so I am going to accept that you're not changing your position, and I appreciate it. I've got time, I think, for one more question. While you were in Congress, you introduced legislation prohibiting the government from mandating that Americans' phones or apps include mechanisms to allow the government to bypass encryption or other privacy technology. In your written responses to the committee questions, you reconfirmed your opposition to these mandates. Is that still your position?
Yes, these back doors lead down a dangerous path that can undermine Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties.
You are being very helpful by moving so quickly. Let me turn to whistleblowers. You wrote in your response that whistleblowers must have clear, protected channels to report concerns, including the unauthorized transmittal of classified information to appropriate entities such as members of Congress. Do you agree that IC whistleblowers must have a clear path to this committee and that they don't need permission from agencies to talk to us? That's a yes or no.
Senator, the answer is clearly yes. I would like to state a few other actions I would take if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence is, number one, make sure that we don't have illegal and unconstitutional programs within the intelligence community, making sure that we enact security clearance reform to limit access to our nation's top secrets, make sure that every single person in the workforce understands their rights as whistleblowers and the legal channels to take, which would include coming directly to you as members of Congress, as well as establishing a direct hotline to myself, should they choose to take that path.
One last question, if I might. Would you support the declassification of the committee's full report on the CIA's torture program?
Senator, I believe in transparency. I have not seen this, and so cannot make an honest assessment for that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Welcome, Ms. Gabbard. Congratulations, and thank you for your
Question
service
now is
to
John
our
Cornyn,
nation.
Republican senator from the state of Texas.
I hope you will take to heart the chairman's comments about the exploding bureaucracy, not only in the government generally, but in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This is a critical role to be played, but unfortunately that role is not made easier or more effective by such a large, unwieldy bureaucracy. Do you believe that the President of the United States should get all of the lawfully collected intelligence that's available in order to inform his judgments as Commander-in-Chief?
Senator, not only is the answer a strong yes, I would say that it is the Director of National Intelligence responsibility to make sure that the President has access to all the intelligence so that he can make the best informed decisions for our country.
And you will be the one actually briefing him on a daily basis, correct?
That's correct.
And the President's daily brief, and we've heard that that is composed of about 60% of it's composed of information gleaned by collection under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've heard your comments to Senator Wyden and others. You and I talked about the importance of getting dissenting views in front of the president so that we don't have groupthink, which can be very dangerous, particularly in the intelligence collection areas. And I appreciate your agreeing that presenting the policymakers, including the president, with dissenting views is very important. Are you aware that overwhelmingly the courts that have looked at a challenge to Section 702 based on the Fourth Amendment and any potential warrant requirement have overwhelmingly said that the Fourth Amendment is not implicated by search of lawfully collected intelligence?
I am aware, yes, Senator.
And do you disagree with that?
What I began to say in answer to Senator Wyden's previous question on this issue is, number one, the decision about a warrant requirement will be yours to make, not mine as the Director of National Intelligence.
You'll be the Director of National Intelligence, and people will be wanting to hear from you about what we should do as policymakers. Admittedly, you're not going to be a policymaker, but you certainly will inform us. And wouldn't you do agree that the courts have overwhelmingly held that a warrant is not required, correct?
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of the court rulings. What my commitment is to make sure that we uphold the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans in protecting against unlawful seizure and search. There are many different ways to do this. The devil is in the details. There are examples of how even in situations under Title I where a warrant is required to surveil a U.S. person.
Title I is different. I agree.
Correct.
I agree with you on that.
But my point, Senator, if I may just finish.
Excuse me. If that was misused in the case of Carter Page and basically an FBI lawyer lied in order to secure that warrant.
Which is why there are safe.
What would be necessary to be shown in order to establish probable cause to a judge in order to obtain a warrant?
Again, Senator, that's not for me to say. That would be for you all to decide and for the Attorney General to weigh in on.
Do you know what the elements of probable cause are and whether that's a practical and workable solution?
This is the center of the debate, the high standard of probable cause that's required to get a warrant, and why this will continue to be a conversation, again, with the Attorney General weighing in and all of you in Congress making this policy decision.
The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, said during his testimony before this committee that he believed that a warrant is not only required by law, but is actually impractical. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I will be in a better position to make an assessment on the practical implications of this if confirmed as DNI. My commitment remains to uphold the Constitution and Americans' Fourth Amendment rights.
Where would the warrant be sought? Would it be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or would it be in some other Article III court?
My understanding is that it would be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
Are you aware of the fact the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court has held that a warrant is not required?
I am aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome. You traveled to Syria and Lebanon
Heinrich,
in January 2017.
Democrat from New Mexico.
Bassam Kawam personally paid for that trip, and Bassam and his brother Ilyas accompanied you to both Lebanon and Syria. The Kawam brothers have links to the Syrian Social Nationalist Party, an ally of Hezbollah. And in fact, in 2008, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party participated in the assassination of a former Lebanese prime minister and assisted Hezbollah in Beirut. When did you become aware of the links between the Kawam brothers and the Syrian Social Nationalist Party?
Senator, thank you for your question. Just a point of clarification. I paid for my own expenses and travel on that trip. I was not aware of any accusations of these two Lebanese Americans associations until after the trip occurred.
And that's when you reimbursed?
Correct. Correct. Not because of, I wanted to make sure that there were no perceived conflicts of interest. I addressed this specific question to these Lebanese Americans who had organized the trip, and they vehemently denied any associations with that group.
There is not a great deal in the public record about what you and Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad discussed for so long in January of 2017.
We have been listening to Tulsi Gabbard in her nomination process for Director of National Intelligence. We are going to take a break from that and take you now live to the White House. President Trump is delivering some remarks on the fatal plane collision in Washington, D.C. Last evening and that mid-air crash. We're going to go right now to President Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of we are in mourning. This has really shaken a lot of people, including people very sadly from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas. But we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was on January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower. But it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that You know, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Very much. Pete, would you like to say something, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened.
I
would echo it as well.
Currently
No
listening to
excuses. We're gonna get
Secretary
to
of
the bottom
Defense
of
Pete
this.
Hesketh at a White House press briefing on the mid-air collision last night at near Reagan International Airport.
And their families that were affected by this never should happen. And certainly the three service members, the three soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2 chief warrant officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you
very much. JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that. We're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
You're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault? If it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given a few seconds later, there was a crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher. So if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines Center, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was the helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play. and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive order,
Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order you say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Welcome back to the. I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any indication?
I heard that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations, and the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're we're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I apply to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training that was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump making his way out of the White House briefing room there after speaking for a little more than a half an hour, better part of a half an hour, about the crash, of course, the midair collision that took place just outside of National Airport last night. We heard a lot just now from Donald Trump. A lot of it was quite remarkable and quite unusual for the President of the United States to make his opening remarks, of course, while this recovery operation is still underway, by blaming the prior administration and more specifically DEI policy. That was the theme, the thread that rolled through remarks from not only President Trump, but also Vice President J.D. Vance, the new Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and the now just 2-day-old Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We should note that the members of Donald Trump's cabinet charged with responding to this literally have been on the job for just a couple of days. Sean Duffy as much as 48 hours. We're going to unpack a little bit of this with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, who was listening and watching along with us. There was some actual news in a new acting commissioner of the FAA announced by Donald Trump, but he got into a back and forth not only on DEI policy in general, which is something that we've heard him talking about in his initial phases of executive actions being in the Oval Office now, but he was specifically talking about what he referred to as Obama standards. He said, I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary, referring to airline safety here, flight safety. Remember that only the highest aptitude, he says, have to be the highest intellect, psychologically superior people, he said, were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. It gets to be a little bit hard to understand here. He said that was not the case prior to getting there when I arrived in 2016. The press briefing room was looking this up while Donald Trump was talking. And it is pretty clear on the FAA's website that that policy, which was implemented in 2013, in fact, rolled straight through Donald Trump's first term. He says, I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. As I mentioned, Wendy Benjaminson joins us now in Washington. I didn't think we'd be talking about this today, but it's great to see you, and I appreciate your coming in.
Sure.
We just heard some tough talk. In fact, I don't know if we managed to bleep the swear word that came from the president there as he was talking about Pete Buttigieg, who he said the FAA, overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. The guy's a real winner, a disaster as a mayor and a disaster now. He said, I can't repeat the swear word, but he said he ran it into the ground with his diversity, determined that the workforce was too white.
His diversity nonsense. I'll substitute that word.
Sure, that's right. So, I mean, I'm trying to be really careful here, and I want our viewers and listeners to know that we were not seeking a political angle on this story. I drove by the airport this morning, and I saw those rescuers in the water, and they're still trying to pull people out of the Potomac right now, Wendy. What the heck just happened at the White House?
Well, Donald Trump is an impatient man, is an impulsive man, as we all know, and he decided not to wait for the investigation. He said he gets very frustrated with how long those take. They often take years, and that frustrates him. They take years sometimes because you have pieces of broken plane and frozen rivers, and it takes a while to figure out exactly what happened. He cited basically two reasons that he already knows, that he already says he knows happened with this crash. One was that the helicopter might have been flying too high, and I would like to caution that I don't know, nobody at NTSB or any of the authorities has said that.
Yeah.
Well, this is Trump's opinion. He said there is no investigation, but I have opinions. And his opinion was that the helicopter is flying too high, and he knows that because he has a helicopter. Right. So that's his experience. I don't think he actually flies the helicopter.
Correct.
And then the other reason, which you referred to with the discussion of former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, is that it's because of diversity hiring at FAA, which, you know, is there's absolutely, I'm speechless, Joe.
He was challenged on this. A reporter asked him, trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity has something to do with this crash. Of course, not having any investigative results or evidence there. And he said, because I have common sense, and unfortunately a lot of people don't.
Right, right. He believes that if you are hiring a diverse class of people, that then you're hiring them for the wrong reasons. And he was citing people with intellectual disabilities.
Yes, right.
He was citing people with physical disabilities. We presume he was also discussing race and sexual orientation and gender. We just don't know. But he seems to think that if you are not, what he's suggesting is if you're not a white man, then your hiring should be questioned as part of a cause of a plane crash. So you're right. We weren't seeking a political angle, but he is sure handing us one.
Well, I thought I'd be asking you about a very important test, a critical test for a new administration. You've got a transportation secretary 2 days on the job. I don't know if they knew what the president was about to roll out there, although they seem to all have a similar take on the DEI stuff. But look, this is already hard enough for people who are just walking into the administration.
Absolutely. And did you notice that we're starting that thing again that happened in the first term, where the first thing that new Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said and the first thing Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said was, Mr. President, your leadership has been astounding. We couldn't have gotten through this, JD. Okay, I missed the JD Vance one. But so everybody has to start with this dear leader sort of praise of Donald Trump, and then they can start talking about it. The fact that Trump is angling it toward the Army helicopter sort of puts Pete Hegseth in the hot seat, even though he's been on the job for 3 days. I'm quite sure the Defense Secretary had nothing to do with where that helicopter was, why it was flying. It's just below his pay grade. But he may end up taking the blame for this. Wow. Although he is the one who has a history of siding with military officers no matter what they do.
I'm glad you could come and talk to us about this. We're going to get back to the Tulsi Gabbard confirmation hearing. This is a very busy day in Washington. We've got tandem hearings underway on Capitol Hill. Wendy Benjaminson, Bloomberg's senior editor, with us here as the news happens in Washington. We did not expect to have quite a session like that with Donald Trump. If he speaks again, we'll let you know. By the way, if the NTSB, in fact, does brief, and we could, in fact, have that take place a little bit later on in the day, we'll let you know the real results of the investigative effort that's underway right now. As I mentioned, the Senate Intelligence Committee spending time right now with Tulsi Gabbard. Senator Todd Young, which is one of the members we were focusing on here, who could potentially make the difference in her confirmation or not, questioning Tulsi Gabbard right now. Of course, Donald Trump's pick for DNI. Let's listen live on Bloomberg.
Our military, because I believe they trust that my goal, my sole goal and interest is in our nation's security and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And they trust that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will take the very specific steps that I have laid out in informing every single person within the intelligence community about the legal pathways they have to blow the whistle or to bring any concerns to the forefront, to include coming directly to members of Congress, to limit access so that we don't have people who are E3s or E4s or people in any situation taking it upon themselves to release classified information, giving them a direct line to me to once again make sure that we are all fulfilling our responsibility to ensure our national security and uphold our Constitution.
Thank you. Tulsi, was Edward Snowden false to an obligation or false to a duty?
I don't understand what you're saying. False?
Yes. Did he betray a duty? Did he betray the trust of the American people? Which is, according to Merriam-Webster, that's the definition of a traitor.
Edward Snowden broke the law, and he released this information in a way that he should not have. He also acknowledged and exposed information that was unconstitutional, which drove a lot of the reforms that this body has made over the years to make sure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected.
For what it's worth, Mr. Snowden is watching these proceedings. He's posted on social media even, indicating that Tulsi Gabbard should indicate that I harmed national security. This may be the rare instance in which I agree with Mr. Snowden. I think it would befit you and be helpful to the way you are perceived by members of the intelligence community if you would at least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history, so-called, harmed national security by breaking the laws of the land around our intel authorities. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Young. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, I want to first say thank you for your service to this country.
Likewise.
In Congress and in the Army, and thank you for meeting with me a couple of weeks ago, and thank you for being here today. You're nominated to lead and coordinate across the intelligence community's numerous sources of collection and analytic capabilities. In a few sentences, can you describe how you make assessments and how you're going to sift through all this intelligence and make careful and thoughtful conclusions?
Yes, Senator, there are great professionals who work within the intelligence community. I will build a strong team around me as they present the intelligence reporting to provide to the President through the President's daily brief and to respond to issues and concerns that this body has. I will welcome dissenting voices to be able to make sure that this information intelligence is thoroughly vetted prior to presenting it, and make sure that the truth is reported, whether that truth is convenient or not.
Well, thank you, Ms. Colonel Gabbard, and I appreciate that. The President and others are going to rely on that. I want to discuss such an assessment made by the IC. For years, the U.S. analyzed evidence of numerous chemical weapons attacks in Syria. Eventually, we were able to assess that Bashar al-Assad was responsible for a number of these attacks that slaughtered his own civilians. Do you accept the conclusion broadly that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrians?
Yes, and I'm on the record for years of agreeing with that broad assessment.
Thank you. Among the attacks the U.S. assessed Assad was responsible for, two that occurred in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in Syria. As a member of Congress
and as a presidential candidate, and as recently as this month, in your written responses to this committee, you have cast doubt on the assessment that Assad is culpable in these two attacks. Is that still your position?
Senator, I raised those questions given conflicting information and evidence that was presented at that time.
Okay. Well, thank you. So to help inform the public, the Trump administration released declassified intelligence in 2017 and again in 2018, showing how experts analyzed multiple types of evidence, satellite imagery, medical experts' witnesses, describing sources and showing the reasoning used to determine Assad's culpability in using these chemical weapons, including in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in these attacks, the ones that you questioned. I have two documents I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Admitted.
Thank you. Were you aware of the declassified assessments, the one I referenced?
Yes, I was.
And as a member of the House Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, did you take time to review these?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain to me then why you doubted the intelligence community's conclusions in these two cases, Douma and Khan Sheikhoun, but not the others? And please be specific.
These two cases were being looked at as to be used as a pretext for major military movement, and my fear was a repeat of the deployment of another 500,000 soldiers like we saw in Iraq towards what was the Obama administration's goal, which was regime change in Syria. The question specifically that I raised around these two came about because there were two reasons. One, that assessment was made with high confidence and low information. The information that they had came from those on the ground in an al-Qaeda controlled area and therefore were al-Qaeda linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons Inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel,
So I
who
want to
looked
talk
at
about him
these
for a
extensively.
second. So did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No.
Were you aware Postel relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime?
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these two individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas than the U.S. intelligence community?
I assess that at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel and the inspectors of the OPCW provided some credible questions that deserved examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postel's claims against the significant evidence and assessments already conducted by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel. When we began this, you described a thoughtful approach to analyzing intelligence and reaching conclusions. This is what we expect of our professionals. But we just kind of walked through how you came to question Assad's use of chemical weapons in these two cases with a different approach. And I don't reject seeking out differing viewpoints. We need to do that. But you started from a place of doubting the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community, and then you sought out information that confirmed your viewpoint. That led you to embrace the opinions of two individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had expertise, I do not, and others do not. But these individuals were sympathetic to Russia and the Assad regime. It also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information that contradicted your viewpoint, including the expert assessments of our own intelligence community. And they don't get it right 100% of the time. I get that. But what I have seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. Thank you, and I'm sorry for going over
Thank
my
you, Senator
time.
Kelly. I want to recognize and welcome to the committee our newest member, Senator Budd, although we all regret Senator Rubio's departure. We're all pleased, as evidenced by the 99-0 vote, that he is now the Secretary of State, and also pleased that we have a great new member on our committee, Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for your leadership here as well. Colonel Gabbard, great to see you again. I enjoyed meeting you in my office a while back, and I've enjoyed our friendship and our time serving together in the U.S. House. So as you know, Section 3023 of Title 50 states any individual nominated for appointment as DNI
Senator
shall have
Ted Budd of North Carolina in questioning with Tulsi Gabbard testimony in the Senate.
You
This is
served 4
live on
terms as
Bloomberg.
a member of the House of Representatives, which is a constitutional office. And throughout your tenure, you were a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
You also served over 2 decades in the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels and served through administrations of both political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army, you've been both a consumer of intelligence and a policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence community to provide timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a matter of our national security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence failures that our country has seen, that objective has not been met. Now, CIA Director Ratcliffe talked about in his testimony before this committee how the CIA's own internal metrics have shown that analytic objectivity has gone down within that organization. This is the very kind of thing that I would seek to address if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is ensuring that politics, biases, or personal views are checked at the door. I would lead by example by doing it myself, and ensuring that that intelligence analysis and reporting meets the objective that the President and Congress requires, which is no politics, no personal abuses, and making sure that that objectivity in a timely, relevant fashion is brought to the President so that we can get ahead of problems in ensuring our national security rather than being caught on our heels and being forced to respond to them.
Thank you for that. I think it's clear from your background and experience that you more than meet the statutory requirements for this position. I want to switch gears a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion today, and I think it's a necessary discussion about your position on 702, Section 702 of FISA. So I've personally had concerns, and I think we even talked about this when we served in the House together, and I actually voted against its reauthorization when I was in the House. However, I recently voted to reauthorize Section 702 with additional safeguards to end the politicization of the tool and to ensure privacy and civil liberties that they're protected. So, Ms. Gabbard, tell us, how has your thinking on Section 702 developed over time and why? And if confirmed, what will you do to ensure that this new statutory safeguards, that they're fully implemented?
Well, Senator, as you pointed out, many of the concerns that we raised when we served in the House of Representatives were centered around the lack of safeguards to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties as it pertains to searching of U.S. persons with that incidental collection that occurs under 702. You and I both know and agree that the national security capability that is provided by Section 702 that enables this foreign surveillance on non-U.S. persons overseas is critical, period. My commitment is to make sure that our national security tools are maintained to fulfill that requirement while also protecting Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and protection against unlawful search and seizure. There are a number of those reforms that you referenced, such as the prohibition of abouts collection, which we brought up when we served in the House, making sure that 100% of U.S. persons by the FBI on this incidental collection are reviewed by the Attorney General herself. There are a number of other reforms that I believe strengthen significantly those safeguards, a number of them that I had worked to try to bring into place when I was in the House of Representatives. I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to overseeing and assessing the implementation of these reforms and reporting back to you as you begin to consider next year's reauthorization and meeting that mark of ensuring our security and upholding Americans' Fourth Amendment protections.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, talk briefly, if you will, about the dual task of simultaneously protecting whistleblowers and protecting classified information.
Senator, there are more than sufficient legally protected routes for whistleblowers to come forward should they have concerns on any actions occurring within the intelligence community. I've spoken about the additional protections that I personally will put in place if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, understanding the seriousness of protecting our nation's secrets, and one that I hold personally.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Budd. I will recognize Senator Wicker, an ex officio member of our committee, which is Latin for so powerful a man he can go to any committee he wants and ask questions anytime.
I look at it differently, Mr. Chairman. I think what you're saying is that I'm the only non-voting member of this committee that's here at this hearing, and I've been at an Armed Services Committee hearing.
This is Senator Roger Wicker, Republican from Mississippi, now questioning Tulsi Gabbard on Bloomberg.
About something that happened a long time ago and something about something's happening right now. Colonel Gabbard, I was a member of the House of Representatives on 9/11, 2001. As a matter of fact, I was at the Pentagon that very morning when the attacks happened. Where were you when 9/11? We all remember where we were.
Yes, I was in Hawaii. There was a 5 or 6 hour time difference. And so when I woke up that morning, it was several hours. And I remember the first thing I saw in waking up was that horrific footage of those airplanes attacking the Twin Towers in New York City.
And I think you obviously have read a lot about it during the 24 plus years since that, and most Americans have. There's a general consensus that there was a massive intelligence failure. This caught us all by surprise, even though the World Trade Center had been attacked earlier. Do you think stovepiping was a problem in our intelligence failure?
There's no question about it, Senator.
Oh, okay. Well, based on your reading, okay. Could you elaborate just
yes,
a little? Yeah.
Absolutely, Senator. When we looked back at the post 9/11 reporting and the post assessments that were made, it was very clear that there was stovepiping of information and intelligence that occurred at many levels, at the highest but also at the lowest levels, where information that was collected by the FBI, information that was collected by the CIA was not being shared. There was almost ships passing in the night, where if there was an integration of those intelligence elements and information being shared, it is highly likely that that horrific attack could have been prevented.
And that's the reason, really, your position was created. There's been some discussion this morning. I have not been able to listen in, but I understand there's been some discussion about reforming the Office of D&I to eliminate redundancy and increase effectiveness. Do you worry that in doing so, we might be getting back to the same problem that we had in 2001?
The problem that we had in 2001, Senator, remains at the forefront of my mind. And as you said, this is exactly why the ODNI was created. Given my limited vantage point not being in this seat, I am concerned that there are still problems with stovepiping that need to be addressed. And in some cases, my concern would be that unnecessary bureaucratic layers may be contributing to that problem. This is where coming in and being able to really take a fresh look, given my experience and my background, will be essential to making sure that the ODNI is accomplishing the reason why it was created in the first place.
Okay, and I have a lot of suggestions about how to make the Department of Defense more efficient also. I would simply caution you before I move on to my other quick question, that as we are trying to eliminate overlaps, that we avoid getting back to the thing that created your agency to start with. Now, let me just ask about anomalous health incidents. And I know you're not.
I guess we lost our feed from the Senate Intelligence Committee. We'll bring you back to that as soon as we get some restoration here in the conversation with Tulsi Gabbard. This is one of the most controversial, if not the most controversial, of Donald Trump's cabinet picks here that we've been listening to. Regarding her former, at least, dalliances with Bashar al-Assad, her comments just now about possible 9/11 conspiracy theories and some of the other issues that have come forth in her vetting. We're going to talk in just a moment here with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall as well as we balance two stories. If we don't get this line back, we will bring you up to date in just a moment on the mid-air collision, the deadly crash at National Airport here in Washington, D.C. Not just Tulsi Gabbard today, by the way. Kash Patel, Donald Trump's pick for FBI director, also in testimony, a hearing for his confirmation, and day 2 for RFK Jr. We're actually following 3 of these conversations right now. As we try to restore the feed, we always want to update the markets for you here. So far, a bit of a ho-hum day, little up, little down, depending on where you look. Charlie Pellet is going to join us right now for his view on Wall Street. Charlie, what do you have?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Keeping an eye right now on trading. We have got the S&P 500 index pushing higher, up 9 right now, up by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 92. That is a gain of 0.2%. NASDAQ, though, in the red. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.2% right now, lower by 33 points. Microsoft, after earnings, down 6.3%. The 10-year, 4.52% now, with a 2-year, 4.20%. Spot gold up $31 the ounce, right now up by 1.1%. And crude pushing higher, WTI up by 0.1%. Again, recapping, S&P right now up by 0.1%. Apple and Intel will be reporting after the close of trading. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much from World Headquarters in New York. I'm glad we could sneak that in. Let's get back to Capitol Hill now. The Senate Intelligence Committee, Republican Senator Roger Wicker in conversation right now with Tulsi Gabbard. This is live on Bloomberg.
Some more public information that is recent about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Wicker. As I acknowledged at the outset, it is the custom of this committee to allow a follow-up question for senators who remain present at the end of the regular 5-minute round of questions. I remember, everyone, this is a follow-up question, not a 5-minute round. We will have Ms. Gabbard in a closed session where each of us will have yet another 5-minute round of questioning. Is there any senator who wishes to be recognized for a follow-up question? Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gabbard, there was an area that I believe is still uncertain, and this is what my question's about. Earlier this week, the Trump administration illegally attempted to withhold federal funds from a broad range of organizations. I'm interested in knowing what you would do if President Trump told you to withhold congressionally approved funds.
Senator Ron Wyden, Democrat, now asking Tulsi Gabbard a quick follow-up question. And stick with this on Bloomberg, live from Washington.
Orders you to withhold appropriated funds from the Inspector General, will you refuse that illegal order?
I don't believe for a second President Trump would ask me to do something that would break the law.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you are asked about an illegal order, what will you do? You can say, oh, it'll never happen. What will you do if you're dealing with an illegal order?
My commitment has been and will be, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to comply with the law.
Are there, Senator Wyden, you've actually asked 2 questions already, Senator
I'm not asking a question.
You've asked 2 questions. I said there's 1 question allowed. Are there other senators who would like to follow up a question? Senator King.
I'd like to follow up on my line of questioning about Edward Snowden and understand how you analyzed the facts leading up to your 2020 bill providing him with a pardon. There was the House committee report, which granted was redacted.
This is Senator Angus King, the independent from Maine, caucusing with the Democrats. His follow-up question for Tulsi Gabbard.
Material. I would have thought that would raise a question in your mind. Secondly, Edward Snowden, there are about 20 countries that don't have extradition treaties with the U.S. He chose to go to Russia, become a Russian citizen. Given that information, how did you decide to introduce a bill providing him with a pardon. Introducing a bill in the United States Congress is not the same as a tweet or a commentary on a podcast. I'm concerned about your apparent lack of interest in the scope of Edward Snowden's traitorous activities.
Senator, I've answered some version of this question many times in this hearing already. My foremost concern has been, remains, and will continue to be in upholding my oath to the Constitution to support and defend Americans' Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I'm committed to ensuring that we protect our nation's secrets by implementing a number of actions I've outlined so that those who have concerns about programs within our intelligence community, that we don't have another Snowden-like leak, and they are able to raise those concerns either directly with Congress or through any one of a number of legal paths that are available. And I think it's also important, and in line with many of the bipartisan concerns I've heard from this committee, in security classification, security clearance and classification reform, in narrowing severely those who have access to the most sensitive and compartmentalized intelligence reporting and capabilities.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chairman, in letting us have a second question. Thank you again for hanging in there with this discussion, Colonel
This is
Gabbard.
Democratic Senator Michael Bennett of Colorado.
The House Intelligence Committee review of the Snowden disclosures found not only that he was a traitor, but that since Snowden's arrival in Moscow, he has had and continues to have contact with Russian intelligence services. You can see the deep concern on both sides of the aisle here. You had in your opening statement all kinds of complaints about former officials in the intelligence agencies, the United States press, the journalists, the media, Democrats, suggested that you weren't being treated fairly when you were coming here. No condemnation at all for this, which leads me to wonder why it is so hard for you to say that Edward Snowden was a traitor to our country. And the question I guess I have for you is how, if you can't say that, you feel that the concerns that this committee has, that we need somebody here who will actually honor their oath, as you said. Maybe I should make it easier for you. Edward Snowden did not honor his oath to the Constitution, which is what you just said was the most important duty, most important obligation that you have in this role. Why is he being treated like a folk hero by you instead of the traitor that he was?
Senator, as I said, my focus and what should be of relevance to all of you and everyone watching is what I will do as Director of National Intelligence to work with you to make sure there's not another Snowden-like leak, given the paramount importance of our national security and keeping our nation's secrets. I've laid out a number of ways that I intend to do that, if confirmed, in fulfilling my responsibility in this role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to continue along with regard to China because it's such an important part of your portfolio.
Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York with a follow-up for Tulsi Gabbard.
Over the last 15 years about their architecture and how they're building up space capabilities, sea capabilities, Air Force capabilities, every type of capability they possibly could. And that aligned with their malign foreign influence and with their ambition with regard to Taiwan. It just creates a very dangerous scenario and concerning one. And so I wanted to ask you about Japan because recently, about a year and a half ago, 13 months ago, you said that you didn't think it was wise to allow Japan to build up their own defense architecture. And you thought it was short-sighted. Can you speak a little bit about that? Because our alliance with Japan is so important in our ability to defend against malign activities of China, not only geographically, but because for the last 50 years, they've been close allies, allies that we rely on. We share intelligence, we share operations. They are a great ally. So what was your concern about? And have you had any views that have shifted in that regard?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I agree. Japan has been a strong ally of the United States in a different capacity as a member of the Hawaii National Guard. I've gone and conducted training missions in Japan with the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Their forces and their constitution has been primarily focused on self-defense. The concerns that I had raised previously had to do with really looking at the bigger picture of the context of the history with Japan and China and recognizing the implications of how this kind of shift from a self-defense posture that Japan has had constitutionally to a more offensive posture could result in escalation. And given the history, we need to acknowledge what the ramifications could be to our own security interests. And that's something that I am looking forward to being able to provide to all of you and to the President, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is that in-depth analysis and assessment so that various policies or actions that you all or the President are considering are fully thought through given that broader context of nuance of history and the complexities that exist within the Asia-Pacific region. Having grown up there, I'm very familiar with.
But you do
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard, when Russia was denying Assad's use of chemical
Senator
weapons...
Mark Kelly, Democrat from
They
Arizona.
accused the U.S. of supporting terrorists. This is a line that Putin used frequently during the Syrian civil war as he supported Assad. Syrian officials made similar comments. They did it repeatedly. They did it in public. They did it at the United Nations. In 2016, you gave an interview in which you said, and this is a quote, "The U.S. is providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow the Syrian government." And in 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, "This current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, our president is supporting al-Qaeda." So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, and being willing to, through the CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public, of working with and arming and equipping al-Qaeda in an effort to overthrow that regime, starting yet another regime change war in the Middle East. DoD Train and Equip program, again, begun under President Obama, is widely been known, looked at, and studied, that ultimately resulted in over $500 million being used to train who they called moderate rebels, but were actually fighters working with and aligned with al-Qaeda's affiliate on the ground in Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, while these are all dictators, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like al-Qaeda taking power. I shed no tears for the fall of the Assad regime, but today we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
And I
not in our
understand, and
interests.
I appreciate your answer, and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, Al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Ms. Gabbard. In conclusion, Senator Warner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things I love about this committee, and I know folks who are here for Ms. Gabbard may not fully realize, but this has always been a bipartisan committee. And you know, my friend Richard Burr, who said we always kind of followed
This is live sound from the Senate Intelligence Committee right now as some senators get a second or follow-up question in an extended Q&A here with Tulsi Gabbard, President Trump's pick for DNI, remembering that she cannot lose a single Republican vote on this committee, the Intelligence Committee. You have only a majority, a spread of one here, assuming that all Democrats vote against her. Dan Flatley, writing on our Top Live blog, following along here on the terminal, which is very helpful. We've got three confirmation hearings happening at once here with Kash Patel, RFK Jr. as well. Dan writes she's done well in some respects in shoring up support for her nomination, addressing questions about her visits to Syria and Lebanon, and her changing position on Section 702 surveillance. It's FISA he's referring to here, but her repeated refusal to call Edward Snowden a traitor has her skating on thin ice. As we noticed a little while ago, Senator Todd Young, said to be a swing vote Republican, not happy that she refused to call him a traitor. We'll keep you posted on what happens inside the hearing room with continued coverage this week on Bloomberg Radio on the assembly of Donald Trump's cabinet. Of course, these will all lead to committee votes, which, if they clear committee, will bring these nominations to the floor. The other major story we're following, and I welcome you if you're just joining us here on Balance of Power. It is the Thursday edition, and we start with tragic news here, of course. A tragedy that's hitting a lot of families here across the Washington region. American Eagle Flight 5342 in a midair collision with a military Black Hawk helicopter. And of course, this is now a situation where a rescue operation has become a recovery operation. Having been staged at the airport since early this morning, DCA National Airport Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us right now with the latest that she's hearing from authorities on the ground. Tyler, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Joe, we know that 27 bodies have been recovered from the Potomac River. We know that 64 victims were on that American Airlines Flight 3 were on the Black Hawk helicopter when the pair collided. A lot of questions still remain. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy came out and said that all of this could have been preventable. We also heard from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who called this a, quote, mistake, suggesting that it might have been an elevation issue at play here. We're still waiting, though, on additional questions, considering authorities say that both of those aircraft were on routine flight paths. The NTSB is expected to brief shortly and will be efforting some additional answers there.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much. We'll get back with Tyler throughout the day as she learns more from the airport, and we want to bring in the voice of an expert here. Before we assemble our panel, Jeff Wise is with us, aviation journalist, host of the Finding MH370 podcast. He's been covering the commercial airline sector and aviation at large for years. And Jeff, I want to welcome you to Bloomberg. We heard a doozy of a news conference with the president a short time ago. He blamed the Biden administration, specifically Pete Buttigieg, who ran the transportation department, and more broadly DEI policy, for resulting in a crash that appears to, if you also listen to what else he said, appears to likely have not been the fault of the air traffic controller or any of the other regulators and FAA operators who were involved. You've got your own take on this in a column today that I want to ask you about, Jeff. But what did you make of what the president said? Is any of that true or provable?
Well, listen, safety is a tedious, meticulous, careful, not exciting game, right? You have to cross your T's and dot your I's, and it's not exciting, it's not entertaining, it's not making a big show. And so if you come in and you're going to just sort of make wild accusations and connect unconnected thoughts and everything, that's not how safety works, right? On the other hand, I will say this. The president said that he thought the military helicopter was to blame, and which is, in itself kind of crazy protocol-wise. But anyway, it does seem like, in my judgment, that it was the helicopter that was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So it will be interesting to see what the NTSB has to say about this. It is sort of in contrast with what if his own transportation secretary, I believe, had to say that everyone was on the correct path.
It is pretty wild to step in front of the NTSB and make statements like that. I think, to your point, Jeff, we can also let our viewers and listeners know that the NTSB has, in fact, just now scheduled a news briefing that will take place 2 hours from now, 2:45 p.m. East Coast time. You're writing, Jeff, safe operation is particularly a challenge at Reagan. It's, of course, National Airport we're talking about. You say a small airport very close to the Washington City Center, whose users include a large number of people with considerable power over the aviation system itself. Is this a congestion story that we're talking about? Because, people are reaching, and you're writing about it too. The routes that were added last year, I believe 5 of them, at the behest of lawmakers who wanted more long-range routes coming out of DCA. This has been an argument going back years. Remember John McCain talking about this, trying to get back to Arizona. Is it smart to be pointing people in that direction right now if this, in fact, was the fault of the military helicopter?
Well, it gets down to overworked air traffic controllers. And if the FAA is saying, look, this is a small airport, we can only carry so much traffic, you're overloading us, there is danger, and then those dangers bear fruit, I don't think those things are unconnected. And you have a kind of tragedy of the commons dynamic going, where if lawmakers can say, oh, I want this extra route, even though you're overloaded, even though you don't think you can carry this much traffic safely, I want you to add another route because I want to get home. It's for my own sake. And that's just not a safe dynamic.
You point out the flight that crashed was a route added last year. As I mentioned, this is one of the couple that were added as a result, you write, of pressure from Kansas Senator Jerry Moran. Republicans spoke this morning at the news conference. I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself, he said. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct, nonstop flight service to DCA. So here we are. Donald Trump seems to think that this is basically something that the FAA needs to sort out. After you heard Jerry Moran, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really a bad look for him. I think as a legislator, I'm sure he's proud that he was able to, tweak the levers of government to get what he wanted for himself and his constituencies who might want to fly to DC as well as him. But look, he lobbied for the addition of a flight over the objection of the FAA, which wound up getting into a fatal accident. So I hope he has some thought that he might, I hope he second guesses his own logic is what I'm saying.
You invoke the saying that I can't use on the air, F around and find out.
Fool around.
You talk about Donald Trump's move. Sure, we can do that. Donald Trump's move to eliminate the Aviation Security Advisory Committee. The fact that the FAA administrator quit at the behest of Elon Musk on the 20th of January. You say, as the saying goes, this crash puts us unambiguously in the find out stage of the process. Jeff, they're still pulling bodies. They're still looking for bodies in the Potomac River. What do you mean by that?
this is that we are bearing the process of ignoring safety, of undermining safety, of deprioritizing safety is bearing fruit in the form of dead bodies being pulled out of the river. Safety is boring. It's not interesting. It's not exciting. And if you do it properly, what you get is nothing. Nothing happens. It's invisible. And so if you're smart and you're sensible and you understand cause and effect, and you want to create a meticulous system to prevent this kind of thing happening, which was successful for, what is it now, 16 years, and now it has broken down. And, you know, they say if you see a cockroach, it doesn't mean you have a cockroach, it means you have 1,000 cockroaches. Yeah. And this accident should be telling us something. And if we don't want to pull more bodies out of more crash sites, we should think carefully about cause and effect and less about entertainment and scoring political points with completely unrelated dogma, and really put this in the hands of grown-ups, frankly.
I'm glad you could come on with us today. Jeff Wise, aviation expert, clearly. He's also a contributing author to New York Magazine, Popular Mechanics Magazine. Thanks for bringing your expertise to us, Jeff, as we assemble our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us here on a difficult day in Washington. Of course, both Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is our Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, I'll start with you today, and I'm curious your thoughts on everything that we're talking about. I didn't want to do a panel on this. This was not supposed to be a political story. Donald Trump made it one today, for better or worse, and he's blaming largely DEI. He also put the names Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, and Barack Obama on this. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
Well, first, Joe, I would say our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of this horrific accident.
Thank you.
And I hope that the healing can begin even after a press conference that, you know, did anything but start that process. So I do think that you have to expect this with a president who wants to lay blame. He's a quick draw when it comes to doing that, and partly because he doesn't want it to land on his desk, right? I mean, like we had an entire administration, you know, in his first term, where, you know, he wasn't prepared to take responsibility for acts of his cabinet, and that's just who he is, right? That's the guy we elected president of the United States, and so it shouldn't be a surprise that this is his MO. But I would say the flashing red signal politically on this is he is the least popular president at the start of a term since 1953. That's not an attribute that is easy to overcome. So if he is thinking about wanting to sustain his power in office as a lame duck on election day, you would think that he would think through opportunities like this to unify the nation and to focus their attention on things that can actually keep this from happening again. I mean, no question, we need to evaluate our air traffic control system to ensure that we're using the best and most capable technology that the market has to offer, and that the people who we have are the best trained and best equipped to do the job to ensure future safety. That would have been a perfectly acceptable approach for the president to take today, and no more.
I'm really glad that you guys are both on today, because this is pretty sensitive stuff. Jeannie, I don't know where you want to go here. I should point out, by the way, Donald Trump did make news in that news conference. There was a headline, acting commissioner of the FAA, Chris Rushlow, joining hands here with Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, has been on the job for something like 48 hours. I mean, this is really tough stuff, Jeannie, but when you consider the human element, and I appreciate Rick taking time to consider the families who are gathered waiting for horrible news right now. Donald Trump, we had to bleep this. He used a swear to describe Pete Buttigieg, essentially saying that he thought the workforce was too white. Pete Hegseth says the era of DEI is gone. J.D. Vance echoing that. And when somebody asked Donald Trump, how can he come to the conclusion that diversity had something to do with this fatal plane crash? He said, because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. How are we doing so far, Jeannie?
You summarized it very well, Joe. And of course, we feel horrible for these families, as Rick said. And this should not be a political moment. And that's what's so shocking in one sense, and not so shocking if you've been following Donald Trump in the other, that a few miles down the road from where they are pulling bodies still out of the Potomac River, these first responders who have been doing yeoman's work down there, and just the horror of that. He stepped up to the microphone, and I have to say, Joe, for a moment I said, he is being unifying. He asked for a moment of silence. He said, we all share in the grief, and that's certainly all true. And then, as you mentioned, he pivoted to politics, because if there's one thing we know about Donald Trump, the buck does not stop with him. The blame starts with him. And he wanted to blame everybody else. And that's what we're in for. And when Peter Alexander of NBC asked him the question about why this had been on why this has been the policy since he was president, he balked at that. But let me give you one more to Jeff's long list. Sean Duffy, in for 48 hours, maybe 24. The first thing he did as Department of Transportation Secretary had nothing to do with safety. Look up his first press release. It is rescinding woke DEA policies that advance Donald Trump's economic agenda. If there is truly a problem with hiring practices that are impacting safety, then why isn't the Transportation Secretary talking about that first and foremost? But they're not. And so this is part and parcel of what we signed up for, and certainly what we're getting at this point.
Boy, the lines that we heard from everyone in the briefing room say it all. Rick, Donald Trump said, I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. Will this actually change policy in Washington?
Yeah, not totally clear what that means, because policy in regard to air travel is about safety. And so I think, you'd have to drill down on that a little bit more to understand what the differences are. And look, I mean, we have as a nation an incredibly good safety record, right? It's not like the entire system has been broken, but we have seen in the news over and over and over again, close call here, close call there. And so the reality of it is, as it said earlier on the program, if you see one roach, there are 1,000. Is this the one roach? And so I would think a really great endeavor is to not think about how we got here, but to think about the future and focus on a really significant effort on the part of the Department of Transportation and other agencies that are involved to ensure that we have the most up-to-date, technologically advanced, smart system of air travel.
Yeah, and keeping in mind, of course, the families and as well, as Jeannie points out, the rescuers who are still operating in freezing cold and dark water in the Potomac River, not very far from where I am sitting right now. We're going to have a lot more to talk about with this story in our second hour. Kaylee Lyons will join us, and the former Secretary of Transportation, Ray LaHood, will be with us. Stay here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump blames the plane crash on DEI and the last administration. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president speaks to reporters before investigators get a chance. They will do so a short time from now. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on a tragic day here in the nation's capital. Kaylee, we are still waiting for real details on this deadly mid-air collision that happened at National Airport. We do know the rescue operation has become a recovery operation.
Yeah, and so far they have recovered 28 bodies from the Potomac River, but it's 67 souls that are believed to have been lost in this crash between the commercial aircraft and the helicopter. We do expect to hear from the NTSB, the authority investigating this matter, at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. But before we could do so, we heard from the President of the United States, as well as newly minted members of his cabinet, Sean Duffy, the new Transportation Secretary, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, suggesting, perhaps, at least the President was, that it was a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, also suggesting it could have been an air traffic control issue, blaming DEI, all of it without evidence that, to this point, has been shared.
He was asked to share that evidence. He said it was common sense. Adding, quote, I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. It's unclear exactly what he meant by that, but he did spend enough time on DEI policy that appears to be where he was going.
And the president began all of this after sharing that he was mourning the loss of these lives and that the country was in mourning. Did say verbatim, we don't know what led to this crash, but we have strong opinions and ideas. So we're going to try throughout the next hour to help delineate opinion and idea from the facts of the matter that we do actually have. We'll have the latest from DCA in just a moment with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. But first, we begin with a check on the markets and go to Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Right now, we have got the S&P and the Dow both advancing. NASDAQ in the red, stocks rising on signs that the U.S. economy is doing just fine. So here's where we stand. S&P right now up 15. That is a gain of about 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 131, higher now by 0.3%. While NASDAQ trading lower, we've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 26 now, a decline of 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.52% with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $36 the ounce, trading at a record $27.96 right now, up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, $72.70 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin back above 105,212 right now on Bitcoin, up by about 1.4%. After the bell, we've got Apple expected to post record results when it delivers quarterly earnings. Ahead of that report, Apple shares down now by 0.3%. Also reporting after the close of trading, the chipmaker Intel, which is trying to win back its dominance of the processor industry. Again, recapping here, U.S. stocks are advancing with the S&P up 13 now, up by 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here's Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, in the district, and across the country, of course, we've been shaken in the last 24 hours by the mid-air collision near DCA, Reagan National Airport last night. A commercial aircraft operated by American Airlines with 64 individuals on board between the passengers and the crew, and then 3 military members who were flying a Black Hawk helicopter, colliding in midair just near the runway as the commercial aircraft made its final approach to the airport. We heard from the President of the United States earlier about this matter. He described it as an hour of anguish for our nation and a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital. But he went on to share his thoughts on what exactly happened and where this goes next.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas. We'll find out how this disaster occurred and will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation.
The American Eagle Flight 5342 was on its way to Washington from Wichita, Kansas. The Black Hawk helicopter was on a training exercise, as we understand, at a Fort Belvoir, not far away in Virginia. We're going to have a conversation coming up with a true expert on this as we wait to hear from investigators. Ray LaHood, the former U.S. Transportation Secretary, is going to be here in just a moment after we get an update from the airport itself. Let's go to National Airport with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Tyler, this response, according to D.C. Fire and EMS Chief John Donnelly, included some 300 people. What are they up to now?
Yeah, hey, Joe. There are still hundreds of first responders here on the ground at DCA as they continue this search mission. We've been told by officials that that search area has actually widened as they try to find the bodies of victims. By last count, 28 bodies have been pulled out of the Potomac River. We know that 64 people were on that American Airlines flight when it crashed into that Black Hawk helicopter, which was carrying 3 people at the time of the collision. Still, many questions remain. New this hour, we found out that the NTSB will be briefing at 2:45 p.m. Eastern for us reporters here on the ground, and there will be questions considering that the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, has said that this tragedy could have been preventable. Officials are trying to remain calm and project to the American public that the skies are safe to fly in. Here at DCA, the airport did reopen at 11 a.m. Eastern. We saw many people coming in with their roller bags to go into the airport. I spoke to one person who said they didn't know if they were going to show up this morning, considering the devastating news. When I was inside the terminal, saw that at least 58 departing flights today have been canceled. The airport says to expect further delays, but that they are trying to get their operations back up and running.
And of course, we heard from President Trump and other authorities throughout the day, Tyler, that people should not be afraid to fly. And this has been described as something that was preventable, but to this point, to our knowledge, does seem to have just been a tragic accident. But given that we are getting information not from NTSB officials, instead from the president and the transportation department, this is kind of going out of order as to how we usually expect these things to be rolled out. Just walk us through what we've heard from authorities and what we can expect to hear from investigators, whether any of that is going to be confirmed.
Well, Kaylee, you're exactly right. It wasn't unusual that we saw the Transportation Secretary, newly minted Sean Duffy, just confirmed this week come out to brief reporters. That doesn't typically happen, but important to note some news from that news conference that President Trump has appointed an acting FAA Administrator, Chris Rushlow, to lead the administration as this investigation starts to get underway. As you alluded to before, President Trump politicizing this issue, blaming diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Important to note that many of the FAA's hiring policies have been on the books for about a decade, and this is the first serious crash, a deadly crash of a U.S. commercial airplane in the last 15 years. Now, we are expecting a briefing from the NTSB. They have taken the lead here when it comes to the investigation, and there will definitely be questions about exactly what happened when that collision happened. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has suggested that it perhaps was an elevation issue, but we are still waiting those remaining details, particularly as officials say that everything from the flight path to communication with air traffic control this morning seemed to be normal.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live for us at Reagan National Airport. Thank you so much. And incredible to see, if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, flights taking off from the runways at DCA, operations trying to get back to normal, even as recovery crews are still working in the Potomac as we speak.
I can't imagine flying into the airport on this day, but you're right. They started a little bit later than they had planned. In the noontime hour, we saw the first flight take off and land at Reagan National Airport. They had been, of course, stopped, a full ground stop in that whole area. It was kind of strange, actually, how quiet it was this morning. Yeah. Kaylee, I live pretty close to the airport and drive by there on my way into work. It's usually a pretty busy affair at rush hour. It felt like a Sunday morning.
Well, in a busy airport, usually with a lot of congestion concern, which is being raised anew in the aftermath of the events today, not just when it comes to commercial airspace, but airspace that is also shared with the U.S. military, which is what has resulted, obviously, in these tragic events. And, of course, the largest air tragedy in terms of fatalities in the United States we have seen in about 15 years, since 2009. And on that note, we want to turn to the person who was Secretary of Transportation, newly minted himself at that time. Former Secretary Ray LaHood is with us now here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Sir, thank you very much for your time. Obviously, this is something I'm sure no one in a Secretary of Transportation position wants to have to deal with. Just walk us through what is actually happening in the department, the NTSB, the FAA right now as we speak, and for Sean Duffy, having gone through this yourself all these years ago.
Well, I think Sean has done a good job in terms of being in the job for only 2 days. It's a very tough situation to be put in. I'm glad the president has named someone as acting FAA administrator, a very, very important position, and has responsibility for air traffic controllers and the FAA generally. I think we should reach out, and our hearts do go out to the family members as they wait to hear about their loved ones that have perished, and some have been found, some haven't been found. I think our attention should really be on the family members and thoughts and prayers with them. I think really the questions that have been raised and the answers to those questions won't be really solved until the NTSB really delves into this and investigates it. This is an agency that's independent. It's not given to any political philosophy. Extraordinarily talented people at the NTSB, career people, professional people. Many of them have been involved in investigations of plane crashes all over America and some around the world. So they know what they're doing. They do take their time and deliberate and collect all the information. They obviously want to look at the black boxes in the plane and the helicopter. They'll want to listen to the tapes from the air traffic controllers and their conversations with the pilot of the American Eagle flight, and then talk to as many people as they possibly can. And so this will be a lengthy investigation, but NTSB will get to the bottom of it, and they will identify what the issues are. Now, for starters, we know that this is one of the busiest airspaces in the country. You have Dulles Airport, an international airport. You have Reagan Airport, an international airport. You have Baltimore, which is nearby, an international airport. You have a lot of general aviation airports. You have the military at the Andrews Air Force Base and other places where helicopters take off. So there's a lot of activity in a very, very busy airspace, and I'm sure the NTSB will be looking at that also and trying to determine if there are too many planes and helicopters in the air at one time, and so there'll be a lot of activity over the next several months, but the NTSB will get us answers.
Well, we do look forward to some answers. Secretary LaHood, I don't know how you feel about the president speaking in advance, sharing his opinion on what happened, and how that kind of impacts the way people are looking at this whole process that is very deliberate, to your point, professionals working at the NTSB with an enormous amount of experience. But he's talking about your former administration. I don't know what you think about this. He said, I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. When I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. This kind of language was pretty unusual to hear from the White House briefing room as a recovery operation is still underway. Secretary, what's he talking about?
I think we don't want to get ahead of the NTSB. We don't want to get ahead of the professionals who will go in depth on the causes of the crash. And they'll make.
Is he right that the Obama administration changed safety standards, though, or can we knock that down together right now?
If you look at the statement that I made before the Commerce Committee for my nomination, I talked about safety, number one priority. If you look at the 4.5 years that we were at DOT, we implemented some of the highest safety standards for every mode of transportation. And when the Colgan Air crash occurred in February of 2009, I was new in the secretary's position. I reached out to the families. I talked to all of the families, I reached out to Congress. With the families and with Congress, we passed one of the highest, people complimented us on the legislation that Congress passed for more pilot training, for more pilot rest, for making sure that pilots, in the case of Colgan, it was during an ice storm as they were coming into Buffalo, New York, that caused the plane to crash, plus not proper training by the pilots. And I've never really heard any criticism of the time that we were there in 4.5 years of any compromise of safety. We took safety as the highest priority. You talk to anybody in the industry about our administration and our priority on safety, and we get very high marks. So look at, we'll wait to see what the NTSB says, but in terms of safety, during my time at DOT, the highest standards were set. And I think if you talk to the families of the Colgan air crash or to Congress, who passed a safety bill, safety for pilots, more training for pilots, they will tell you we worked very hard in a bipartisan way to get to the highest safety standards.
Well, and we appreciate that look back, sir, but if we could look forward as well and we consider Reagan Airport, which has had much debate around the addition of flight slots last year to different destinations across the U.S., 10 round-trip flights in total, these questions around military aircraft having to share space and adjust altitudes with commercial aircraft. Do you see the need for changes here in terms of congestion at this airport, specifically given its proximity to the nation's capital?
Well, I believe there's way too much activity in that region. And for what I said before, 3 major international airports, general aviation airports, Andrews Air Force Base, the military air command that exists very near Reagan. And I think that will be looked at by the NTSB. It's a very crowded airspace. And I think the NTSB will take a very careful look at that. Last year when Congress passed additional slots, additional opportunities for aircraft to fly into Reagan, I thought that was a mistake. There's just too much congestion.
One of those flights that was added was, in fact, the route from Wichita that airplane was flying last night. Secretary LaHood, Donald Trump was asked how he can come to the conclusion that diversity was involved in this crash, and he said, because I have common sense, and unfortunately a lot of people don't. Is this dangerous talk before we hear from the NTSB when we're speculating on a level like this?
Well, Joe, what I'm going to do is what I think most Americans are going to do. Let's wait till the experts. Let's wait till the professionals. Let's wait till the career people at NTSB who've done many of these investigations.
The president's not waiting, though. That's why I asked you. Absolutely, and I don't want to pin you into a corner, but the President of the United States seemed to do something a little different today, and that's why your experience is important to us. We'd love to talk to you once we do learn more about this from the NTSB later today. Ray LaHood is the former U.S. Secretary of Transportation, and I appreciate your caution in talking with us today, Secretary, and of course, thinking of the families here. We're thinking as well of some 300 rescue workers who have been in freezing cold water in a harrowing and terrifying experience for them.
Yeah, in incredibly difficult conditions. As we've mentioned, that work is still underway. As of the latest update, only 28 bodies have been recovered. It's believed 67 people, all of the individuals who are on board these 2 aircraft, are not believed to have survived this crash. And I would just reiterate, we do not definitively know what caused this crash, despite suggestions that were made by the President of the United States earlier. We are awaiting a briefing from the NTSB. It's coming up at 2:45 Eastern Time.
We'll bring that to you here on Bloomberg. We'll assemble our panel next as well. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana with confirmation hearings underway in Washington. It's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
It's 1:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow and the S&P both advancing. NASDAQ in the red right now with the S&P up 0.3%. S&P 500 index now up by 20 points. The Dow up 180 points, a gain of 0.4%. NASDAQ in the red down 16, a drop there of just about 0.1%. The 10-year 4.52%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce at $27.95, up by 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude $72.98 a barrel, up 0.5%. Bitcoin back with a $105,000 handle, $105,203 now on Bitcoin, up 1.4%. The Justice Department is suing to block Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks, arguing the tie-up would harm competition in the market for enterprise wireless equipment. And the Federal Trade Commission is probing whether Uber and Lyft illegally coordinated to limit driver pay in New York City. This according to documents reviewed by Bloomberg News. Again, recapping, the Dow and the S&P both higher. S&P right now up by about 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, as we speak, a search and recovery effort is underway just adjacent to Reagan National Airport, the scene of a deadly mid-air collision that took place last night between an American Airlines flight with 64 people aboard and a military Black Hawk helicopter with 3 members of the military. All 67 of those individuals are assumed to have not survived this crash. And again, the recovery efforts are still underway. An investigation is underway as well, spearheaded by the NTSB. We expect to hear from those officials at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. But before we could do so, we heard earlier this afternoon from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, suggesting he had some opinions and ideas about what caused this crash, pointing to potentially a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, to use his words, the air traffic controllers who said he didn't know if it was their fault, and also blaming DEI policy at the FAA.
Yeah, that's right, which has been kind of a theme since the president was sworn into office. He also had Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, Vice President J.D. Vance, the new transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, all echoing that same concern about hiring being the reason behind all of this. When the president was asked how he can conclude diversity had something to do with a crash that has barely been investigated, he said, "I have common sense," and unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, he also, when asked that question, a different version by a different journalist, said it just could have been, pointing to the fact that we are dealing purely in speculation here at this point. These are facts and evidence to this effect have not yet been shared.
Absolutely. We could learn something very different a little more than an hour from now when the NTSB briefs, so we'll be listening, of course, for that. We should bring in our panel for their take on this. We're not seeking to make this a political story. We all live here in Washington, where this has been a very tragic day, but it has clearly creeped into politics, and we want the take from our panel on this. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick's our Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and political science professor at Iona University. Jeannie, normally there's kind of a process here as people wait to comment, maybe acknowledge the families while a rescue operation and now a recovery operation is underway. We're doing things differently in this Trump White House. How should we be receiving it?
Yeah, I mean, this was his first time in the White House press briefing room since he was elected, and quite a time it was. You know, I think a lot of the focus has been on how he politicized, and he certainly did. There was a moment of silence. He did make news with that appointment, but he did also politicize and tried to cast blame on a whole host of people. And while all the focus has been on the blame he cast on the Democrats, Buttigieg, Biden, Obama, just think, as he talks about common sense, what about common courtesy to the family of the helicopter pilot that he also blamed without evidence? This is a U.S. soldier. He's just lost his life. We don't even know if his body has been found and pulled out of the Potomac River, and the president of the United States stands up and by his own account says without evidence, but just because he has common sense, he knows who to blame. It's DEI, it's Obama, it's Buttigieg. and it is this soldier, this pilot. And so that is the troubling part of what he did here. It's not surprising with Trump, but it is really tells us what is yet to come. This was his first foray into the briefing room.
Yeah, it's a good, sobering reminder, Jeannie, that we are dealing with human life here and life that has been lost. And there are families that are grieving those lives as we speak, who are still going to be looking for closure as these recovery operations continue. Rick, to Jeannie's point on the pilot, I would note it wasn't just President Trump who was talking about this, talking about that they should have been able to see from a vision perspective that there could have been an elevation issue. We did hear that from Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, as well. He said, I think the president was right. There was some sort of an elevation issue going on, to say the DOD is investigating. But this is also a DOD that Pete Hegseth has literally just inherited. He's been in this job for a few days. Sean Duffy was just sworn in yesterday. Just talk about the difficulty of entering an administration and being faced immediately with a challenge and tragedy like this one.
Yeah, sure. First, our thoughts are with the families of the victims of this horrific accident. And as Jeannie points out, you know, I know the news cycle can't wait, but the fact that we're still recovering bodies from the icy Potomac River as we speak adds kind of a grisly macabre to this conversation. And really, you wonder why the president did select this time to get out ahead of the news cycle and not let this part of the process carry on without too much speculation. Look, I mean, time doesn't wait for your, taking office. Time doesn't wait for your confirmation. And the world is a very, very dangerous place. And sometimes it's our own backyard that gets neglected. And so, sure, it's an enormous stress if you are today the Secretary of Transportation like Sean Duffy or the Secretary of Defense, who have just reams of material to get, sort of familiar with, to understand. People who they've never met are important players now in their lives as they administer, the duties of their office. And to have something like this shake everybody, to the core, just days after their own confirmation. Look, I think they've been resilient today. They've been on the job. They are going to learn on the job. Everybody does, but this is an exceptionally hard way to do it.
President talked about the FAA's diversity push, focused on hiring people with severe disabilities, Jeannie, and he read them. They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. It was brought to the president's attention by a reporter in the room for NBC News that this policy that he said that Barack Obama, the president that preceded him, put in place and he removed, in fact, was on the FAA's website that entire time. And apparently this policy, whether you like it or not, was in place during the first Trump administration. Does he need to answer for that?
Yeah, and Peter Alexander, to your point, tried to ask him about that. He brushed that off, and then he sort of spoke in a disparaging way about Peter Alexander and his question. But it is the right question. And the problem is the president wants to set the narrative. He wants to talk about the issues he cares about. And in this case, it's DEI. And we heard his new defense secretary, his new transportation secretary, not talking. The first thing they said was to thank Trump. Then it was to talk about DEI. Then they got around to safety and security, because that's the order of importance that the administration is talking about this in. And the reality is there is no evidence that DEI policies have anything to do with the problem of security and safety of our aviation system. And gosh, if there is evidence, please bring it forward. And I think all common sense people, to the president's point, would agree, then we should address that, because we need to be secure. But the president himself said, we have no evidence. He just has so much common sense. He's quite sure that this is the reality. And the fact is, we don't know that. What we do know is a reality, as he talks about air traffic control DEI policies, is there is a shortage of air traffic control employees in this system and in our country. It's been a problem. It got worse after COVID. We have air traffic control people working 12-hour days, 6 days a week. Now, again, we don't know that they were to blame for what happened, but those are the realities that they need to get to the bottom of in this investigation before he starts casting aspersions and casting blame on innocent people, particularly people who are now passed away, like this pilot of this army or this helicopter.
Mm-hmm. Well, another reality as well, Rick, was that when this happened last night, there was no acting or confirmed administrator of the FAA. The Biden-era administrator, of course, having resigned on January 20th, the day Trump was inaugurated. Trump did announce in the press conference today that he was appointing the current deputy administrator, Christopher Rushlow, to take that role in an acting capacity. But will this expedite the need to actually get an FAA authority confirmed in the U.S. Senate? And on what timetable is that realistic?
Yeah, look, it certainly moves it up on the front burner of issues that this White House is going to be dealing with quite some time. And I don't know whether this administration has a cadre of candidates that they're prepared to start to sort through and put up for confirmation. But you would think if they don't, they're rushing today to come up with that list. So there are always vacancies inside the federal government, whether it's the first week of your administration or 2 years in. And so I don't think there's the kind of concern that I would have that because you don't have an administrator that somehow something happened in the terminal at National Airport, that was a result of that. These agencies like the FAA are well-staffed, and I am sure that the deputy administrator who was there on the job at the time, has the authority and the ability to make sure that our nation's skies are safe. So I don't think so much of that as a important aspect of this current situation, but it certainly will elevate the need to have somebody who can get in there and be a part of this investigation as soon as possible.
Rick, what would Donald Trump say if the NTSB finds something differently than what he said caused the crash?
Well, I'm not going to get into Donald Trump's head. It's a tricky place to get out of once you're there. And so the reality of it is we're just not going to know until we see. I mean, there's a lot of speculation happening today, and there's no really official knowledge that we have in this reporting or conversation that would lead me to believe that there's one thing over another that's going to result in this. And look, we know Donald Trump will use whatever crisis or media opportunity has to plug his policies. And so why would we expect him to do otherwise?
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, both of them Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you for joining us on what, of course, is a tragic day in Washington. And we are still awaiting more information from authorities. Just over an hour from now, 2:45 p.m. Eastern time is when that NTSB briefing is expected to take place. We'll have that for you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And more Balance of Power is straight ahead.
6:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. NASDAQ just turning higher. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green right now. Right to the numbers with the S&P up 30 points. S&P higher by 0.5%. Now at 6,069. The Dow pushing higher by 270, up by 0.6%. And NASDAQ right now up 16 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is an advance of about 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index to stand out by far. That index now surging by 1.5%. 10-year at 4.52%. The 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce. $27.94 on the precious metal, up by 1.3%. We do have gold trading at a record today. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $72.96 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1.6%, 105,460 right now on Bitcoin. Stocks are advancing on signs that the main engine of the U.S. economy remains solid, which bodes well for corporate America. Comcast shares, however, trading lower now, down 12.3%. The company reported fourth quarter revenue and profit that did beat Wall Street's expectations, but subscriber losses in its broadband unit raised concerns among investors. Again, Comcast shares, they are now down by 12.3%. Apple and Intel after the close of trading today. Again, recapping, S&P right now higher by 30. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Live from World Headquarters in New York. We are live in Washington, where we're balancing a couple of important stories today, not the least of which confirmation hearings for not one, not two, but three of Donald Trump's nominees for his cabinet. We've had a lot of talk already about Tulsi Gabbard today, certainly RFK Jr. yesterday. He's in a second day of testimony today, Kaylee. But the man tapped to run the FBI, Kash Patel, is sitting before the Judiciary Committee right now.
Yeah, he was just pressed specifically by Senator Peter Welch of Vermont about the 2020 election. He would not say that Trump lost the election. Senator Tom Tillis is speaking now of North Carolina. So let's listen in live to Kash Patel's confirmation hearing.
Legitimate reason, but most people aren't. Most people are going to say, now we got you. And now we're going to create a wedge between you and the president and other people by using that word that they can absolutely exploit. So you've answered the question. President Biden was duly elected. I don't have any problem with saying he won because I certified the election along with so many others on January the 6th. Now let me talk about January the 6th. Y'all may not know this. I don't know if it's public. I can't imagine why it'd be classified. This was the room that we retreated to on January the 6th. I was the last Senate member out of the chamber. I was actually approached by one of the vice president's details saying it's time to go. Part of it was because I was really angry and a little way wanting to fight, which was probably not a good idea. But what I saw for these people, and it's unfair to tell you to get up, order you to physically get up and turn around. It's a great tactic used frequently here in the committee, but you were right to engage the senator respectfully in a line of questioning. I looked at all the ones who were in the chamber on January the 6th, and they were heroes. I looked at the ones after I transcended down the stairs and went into the trains connecting the Capitol. Those heroes were bloody. They were bruised, and they were still holding the line, and we saw and heard people 50 yards away. Every one of those people in the Capitol, I've said, were thugs, and I don't apologize for it. They were either caught up in the moment and didn't do damage to a police officer, or they harmed a police officer, and I disagree absolutely and said it on the Senate floor with the pardons of people who did harm to the president. And I've had conversations with you that suggest that if you had been consulted on that, we'd have probably had a little bit different structure for the pardons, folks. This man understands what happens when the leadership of a law enforcement agency fails to protect their own. And I have to admit that in the last administration, I saw a commander-in-chief who looked the other way when you should have been saying the people who were mostly peaceful protesters in Kenosha with a building burning in the background, well, they had a righteous cause. So it's okay if they harm law enforcement or public safety officers. And when they damaged the federal building in Portland, and they harmed police officers there, I didn't see anybody calling for arrest in the insurrection in those government buildings, federal buildings. Folks, let's be consistent because I am. I said it then and I said it now. These folks are heroes. They got us to this room. We spent hours here. And they were so successful with securing this building, we went back the same day and finished our job. That only happened because of these proud law enforcement officers, and I know you would support them. Okay, let me take a breath. You answered the question on Section 702, but I have to refer to my friend Alex Padilla. We co-chair the Mental Health Caucus together. I love working with him. One of the problems around here with people who pretend like they're bipartisan, but they never do it when it's hard, is that they also make it more difficult for other people. When Section 702 was reauthorized in April of 2024, we had 4 or 5 of our members agree to walk the plank to make sure that and I didn't, by the way, because I wanted the reforms done. But I have to say, I'm glad that they did, because I just had a colleague say they were guilty of bending a knee. What they were guilty of is protecting this nation. Now, were they happy that the reforms weren't done? No. I've heard John Cornyn say things. Mike Lee's got a lot of, Senator Lee, Senator Cornyn. They've got a lot of great ideas, and we should reform it. But that's what's wrong with this place, folks. We just had somebody here try and do an offhanded hit on people that, on a bipartisan basis, reauthorize something that's critically important for keeping this nation safe. So I guess the inference is, next time, don't do that. Be partisan. Go dark. Endanger the U.S. So come on, guys, let's be real here. If anything, I hope I've been consistent on. Let's just be balanced. You know, really, we've had colleagues on the other side of the aisle called President Trump an illegitimate president. Now, we have the witness has acknowledged that President Biden's election was certified. If you want to use a specific word, what are we, in high school? I mean, come on. So I do have to tell you, though, Cash, I've hit bingo a couple of times. And I have a feeling by the time we get to the 3rd round, we will again.
Hope you put a lot of money on it, Senator.
You know what? You know what I put a lot of, I won't call it money, but capital on? It's the due diligence I've done on you and the extraordinary job you're doing in this committee. One of the reasons you're seeing frustration among people asking you questions is you're composed, you're respectful, you reached out to every one of them and asked to meet with them. They've thanked you for doing that. I suspect that those conversations went a lot better than the TV personalities that we've seen today. So I've got 50 minutes. You want to wrap up on, and I'm going to come back for the 2nd round. You want to wrap up on, let me just ask you this question. I went to the floor yesterday to make it very clear. I've been thanking these Capitol Police officers, and I told them I actually thought that the partisan people who did harm to police officers sucked. And I told them that at every one of these security entrances when I come in, and I stand by it, and I respectfully disagree with the president or whoever likely gave him advice, because the president has to rely on best advice for some of these executive orders. But I make no apology for saying that the men and women on Capitol Hill that got us safely to this building are heroes. The people who harmed them are thugs, but they're out now. So here's their opportunity, Mr. Patel. You find the people that you were convicted of harming, call them, write them a letter, apologize to them. And if you don't, and you come to Capitol Hill, I will track you down and I will burden you until you do. Now I've run out of time. I'll be back for a 2nd round.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moody.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. I know this has been a long day.
All right, we've been listening to live testimony here from Kash Patel, although we've hardly heard his voice. Tom Tillis, Republican senator there, was using his time to make some points, obviously, about January 6th and a few others. He made reference to the Kash bingo game. Tom Tillis did distribute several versions of this. He actually had them made up to kind of play with his colleagues. They include a number of issues he assumed that Democrats would bring up, like the deep state, the enemies list, Section 702. I guess he's called bingo a couple of times. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, where Tulsi Gabbard also sat for her confirmation hearing today in the Senate Intelligence Committee. Let's listen.
Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters.
So for more on her hearing, we turn to Bloomberg national security reporter Dan Flatley, who's here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. We knew this was likely going to be tough for Tulsi Gabbard. Dan, that she was going to face questions around her visit to Syria, her relationship with Assad. Edward Snowden, for example, who she refused multiple times in the hearing to say was a traitor. Based on her answers, the line of questioning, do we have an indication as to whether or not she's going to get through this committee, let alone the entire U.S. Senate?
Well, I think her nomination is more in jeopardy today than it was yesterday, especially on the Snowden, her Snowden comments. So Senator Todd Young, a Republican of Indiana, literally read the dictionary definition of a traitor in the hearing and asked her, to basically take a stance. He didn't directly ask her, is Edward Snowden a traitor, or ask her to call him a traitor, as others did, but he read the definition and he asked her how the men and women of the intelligence community would feel about her previous defense of Snowden. And she basically declined to answer that question, as she declined to label him a traitor on previous occasions. So I think that didn't help her. She had credible answers on her visit to Syria and her meeting with Assad. She didn't earn a lot of plaudits from some of the Democrats on her position on 702, the surveillance section of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. But she basically got through that okay. It was really Snowden that tripped her up, and that was kind of unexpected. And so now the Intelligence Committee is meeting in closed session, as they do, to consider the nomination. She'll be asked about this again. I'm sure we've had some senators say that they're going to raise that in closed session. And so she may be able to do a little bit of a cleanup on this, but she can only lose one Republican senator in committee and make it to the floor through the normal fashion. So, there's a few that we're watching, and it could go either way at this point.
You point out on our Top Live blog, and I've been following along with what you've been writing along with our colleagues, Senator Todd Young is one that we were watching closely. He challenged her with that definition of a traitor. Gabbard, as you write, said Snowden broke the law, but he also exposed programs that violated the Constitution. Young clearly not happy. But is that code for somebody else on that committee who might agree with her on this front?
Yeah, I think if I don't know who it's code for exactly. The committee, the Intelligence Committee, is an interesting committee. It's different than many of the other committees in the Senate. It has a different makeup, a different character. They meet in secret, as you know, a couple of times a week to consider these matters. People on that committee generally are pretty sober, but the makeup of Congress has changed, and you have people who are more concerned on both sides of the aisle about privacy concerns and things like that. So it's possible that she was speaking to those members of the committee. It's possible that she was speaking to President Trump in some way. I don't know that at least I can't think of any defense that he's made of Snowden in recent years.
Sure,
but certainly he has criticized some of the warrantless surveillance of people that were involved in his 2016 campaign and things like that. So it's possible that she's taking a line here that is more on the civil liberties side of the equation than the other. But I don't think she's going to find much of a fan base for that position on the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Wrong crowd.
There's a handful of senators, 3 or 4 that I can think of off the top of my head that Republicans that aren't going to like her answers on Snowden and may really, press her on that. Whether it means that they vote against her at the end of the day, I think is a much different calculation because, there are Republicans in Congress who do not like everything that Donald Trump does. But do they want to burn their powder? Do they want to expend their political capital on a nomination when there may be more consequential fights to come down the road? And certainly, I don't think it's going to be anybody who's not ready to leave Congress at the end of their term, because opposing any one of these nominees means that you're going to face the full wrath and fury of not only Trump, but his allies. So it's a very difficult political calculus for a lot of these people who want to continue to fight another day.
We're out of time here, Dan, but you started by saying her odds look worse today than yesterday. Is it unlikely that she'll even clear committee?
It's really hard to say, Joe. It's possible. She can only lose one Republican senator. But somebody's got to.
All Democrats are no's, presumably?
Presumably.
Okay. we'll keep tabs on this for you with the help of Dan Flatley and our national security team. Thank you, Dan, for the insights as always. 3 confirmation hearings today, Kaylee, and of course a massive tragedy in the Potomac River. The White House has chimed in. We'll hear next from the NTSB.
Yes, that briefing from the officials investigating this fatal mid-air collision is at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. They'll have that for you on Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on TV, radio, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We are getting ready to wrap up the month of January. Just 2 more trading days left here in 2025. We do have stocks, Tim, slightly higher.
Yeah, we do. Latest signs that the U.S. economy is on track. We're going to have much more on trade, on the economic backdrop in just a moment. But, Carol, I think what's on a lot of people's minds is what's going on right now in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, we're going to head to the nation's capital, get an update on the American Airlines collision. That in just a moment. Also, as we mentioned, mentioned, we're going to have an update on the U.S. economy coming just one day after the first Fed decision of 2025.
Also, an update on the best and worst performers in the S&P 500. Should we give them some hints, Carol?
No.
Okay, no hints.
But it is the number one gainer and the
Maybe
number
Charlie.
one decliner.
Maybe Charlie will give you some hints. If you've been paying attention today, you know what they are.
Who's going to give it away? All right, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about football and tennis, the connection over at the Dallas Cowboys. But Charlie,
That's
take
a really
it away.
quick no from Carol.
We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. S&P right now up 30, 6,069 where we stand. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 250 on the Dow. The Dow up by 0.6%. NASDAQ meanwhile up 20. That is a gain of 0.1%. The outperformer by far, Russell 2000 index. That index right now up by 1.5%. Small caps ripping higher today. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.52% with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce, $27.95 up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 72.70 a barrel up by 0.1%. Bitcoin now up 1.8%. Bitcoin 105,570. Apple reports after the close of trading today it is expected to post record results when the company delivers quarterly earnings despite headwinds stemming from China and the slow rollout of in-house AI features. Apple right now up by less than 0.1%. Also reporting after the close of trading, Intel shares now up by 1.2%. And yes, we're going to be all over those numbers as they break. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, the collision between an American Airlines regional jet and a military helicopter near Ronald Reagan Airport in Washington left no survivors on board the two aircraft. This is according to authorities we heard earlier. The crash is one of the most deadly U.S. air disasters in decades and an early test for President Trump's administration. It is only his second week in office. The president speaking about it from the White House press room about 2 hours ago.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas. We'll find out how this disaster occurred and will ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation.
Again, that was President Trump just about 2 hours ago. The NTSB, by the way, will be giving an update on its investigation into the crash. That's coming our way, Tim, at about 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time. We will take you there as soon as that begins.
Well, with the latest on the crash, we head to DCA, Reagan Washington National Airport, and to Bloomberg News reporter Tyler Kendall, who's standing by. Tyler, what's the latest that you can tell us on the recovery efforts?
Yeah, hey, Tim. So we are expecting some more answers after that NTSB presser later this hour. What we do know is that hundreds of law enforcement officers are here on the scene helping with this search and now recovery mission. We are expecting no survivors from this deadly crash and expecting about 67 victims between the U.S. American Airlines commercial flight and the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter when they collided. Now, there are some big questions still remaining here about how this happened, particularly after Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said that this could be preventable. Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that it might have been an elevation issue. So expect to hear questions about that as we look ahead to that presser later this hour. But also important to note that DCA boasts one of the busiest runways in all of America. It also has one of the smallest footprints comparably, about 860 acres. That has raised questions about congestion concerns and has also created stricter regulations when it comes to airspace here at DCA. These are all topics that we're expecting to come up as officials brief at 2:45.
Right, and it is interesting that we did hear, Tyler, from President Trump about 2 years ago, first acknowledging, of course, the incident with a moment of silence for all of the victims. He did talk about the crash, took questions, but safe to say that even though he might have, leaned towards or suggested some possibilities in terms of why this crash happened, to be fair, there are still many questions, and the NTSB is really ultimately the one who will really give us the update about what exactly happened.
Right, the NTSB is leading this investigation. Notably, during that press conference, President Trump did appoint an acting head of the FAA, his name is escaping me at this moment, but it is important that that administrator is in place because as of this morning, there was nobody actually heading that administration, which is why we saw Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy come out and brief reporters here at DCA, which is typically an unusual step. Now, as you mentioned, President Trump had alluded to blaming the Biden administration. We did hear from former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who defended his administration's response and said that these hiring practices by the FAA have been on the books for decades. Important to note that there hasn't been a major deadly crash like this involving a U.S. commercial airline in more than 15 years.
No, we totally understand. You've been at this since the wee hours here, and so a lot going on. We do want to mention, though, Chris Roccolo, acting head of the FAA, and again, there's a lot of things that have been coming on this. To be fair, you've got two heads of departments that are new to the administration, and so for this to happen, it's pretty serious and just kind of finding their way forward.
Tyler, I look at your shot and it looks like I see a Southwest plane moving just out of your shot just now. We did know the airport was closed until at least 11 a.m. this morning. Has traffic resumed there normally?
It has resumed, but with some delays and cancellations. I can tell you, I was just looking at a departure board inside DCA that showed at least 58 flight cancellations. I've also been catching up with some of the people who have been coming in here. We're seeing them move in with their roller bags. I spoke to one man who said that he wasn't sure if he could make it to the airport this morning. He wasn't sure if his flight would take off due to this devastating news. But officials have been trying to reassure the American public that the skies are safe to fly. You heard President Trump reference that. And then also all of the officials this morning saying that this was a preventable and an isolated incident and trying to resume business as usual here at DCA.
All right, so obviously we are awaiting the NTSB. Any other things that you think our audience should know at this point, or really it is ultimately to what we hear in about a half an hour's time?
There are just some big questions here, considering that officials originally said that both of these aircrafts were on what was known as routine flight routes. You might have heard that also that Black Hawk helicopter was part of a training mission, but officials have said that we shouldn't read too much into that and that the pilots of that mission were experienced. It appears that this was a devastating accident that happened here. Now, I did have the chance to catch up with the American Airlines CEO earlier this morning after the briefing. He did confirm to me that he has been in touch with the White House. American Airlines say that they are sending 100 personnel here to DCA to help with the families of these victims for any sort of assistance that they may need.
All right, good to know. And Tyler, thank you so much. As we said, still a lot of things to be answered and known, and we'll get an update from the NTSB at 2:45 p.m. Wall Street time. Tyler Kendall, reporter at Bloomberg News there from Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport.
All right, well, now to the latest on the U.S. economy. The U.S. economy expanding at a solid pace at the end of 2024, fueled by a generous tailwind from consumer spending that more than offset drags from a strike at Boeing and much leaner inventory investment. Inflation-adjusted GDP increased at an annualized 2.3% in the fourth quarter after rising 3.1% in the prior three-month period. That's according to the government's initial estimate published earlier today. It's a lot of numbers that we're throwing at you, and we got with us Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee here in the studio, who pretty much has all that stuff memorized and I think dreams about this type of economic data. This economic data that we got this morning, the first reading on fourth quarter GDP, what do we need to know?
Well, the number came in kind of what was expected after yesterday. 2.6, 2.7 was the consensus until we got the trade report yesterday. And everybody said the trade report was so bad, the deficit was so bad that we were going to see a drop down, and the kind of a new whisper consensus came out of 2.3%. But it wasn't trade. It's quarterly numbers, so it takes in 3 months, and on if you added up all the exports and imports over 3 months, trade actually contributed 0.4% to growth. What surprised was business investment. Business investment was very weak. Gross investment down 5.6%. That includes residential, but business fixed investment, non-residential, was down 2.2%, and that subtracted a lot from overall growth.
Does that typically happen in a fourth quarter? How do you read that?
Not to that extent.
Okay. Yeah.
A year ago, it was up 3.8% for the same period. So why businesses did this is It's hard to know. We also, and you had me in here talking the other day about inventories and why inventories did not rise because of the trade figures and stuff that we saw. The inventory number was very, very weak. There were no inventories. It looks like the strong consumer demand, the companies just took supplies out of inventories and didn't order more. Now, we did have a relatively strong durable goods orders report earlier this week, so maybe companies now are going to try to restock. But it is interesting that they did not spend it as much in the fourth quarter.
Mike, we're going to talk to you about jobless claims today, the effects of the LA wildfires, that sort of stuff too. But what comes to mind first is what happened yesterday at the Federal Reserve and in the press conference. I was telling Carol before we went to air that I was surprised by the amount of the number of political questions that were asked and the way that politics was a backdrop. What stuck out to you about yesterday's press conference?
I thought Jay Powell did a very good job of staying on script and trying to make as little news as possible. It kept coming at him with the questions about Donald Trump, which surprised me a little bit from the reporters because if he's not going to answer, he's not going to answer.
But you got to ask, right?
Well, I mean, the first question was about Donald Trump, and then they came back to it.
But I guess it was because he had just talked about lowering interest rates, right?
Yeah.
Right.
As if he has the control over it.
Right, and Trump was actually doing an event at 2 o'clock at the same time. And so we were all kind of watching the headlines to see if he said anything, which he did not until much later. But the Fed chair was being totally honest, and it would have been hard for Trump to attack him for not lowering interest rates because what Powell was saying is we don't know what's going to happen to the economy because we don't know what Trump is going to do to the economy. And Trump has not said, so it's kind of his fault.
I mean, it mirrors so much of what we hear from any leader that's out there that basically says it's early days. We're taking it day by day. We want to see what the actuality is, right, in terms of what we get in terms of policies. Having said that, is the Fed, Mike, in a pretty good position where they can either continue to do nothing? If they need to raise rates, obviously you can do that. But if they need to lower rates, they can do that as well.
Yeah, they would tell you exactly that they think they're well positioned at this point, that their view is they're still restrictive and they could lower interest rates. That's sort of their bias at this point. But as you say, if inflation starts to go back up again, they can raise rates just as easily because they're not too far to one side or the other.
If they're kind of in, I think it was Endicurrent who brought it up on the live blog yesterday, that if they say they're in kind of this balanced position, and yet they conceded that inflation is still above their target, is it really a balanced position, or is it more towards we're concerned about inflation?
They have to say they're in a balanced position. Well, they say the risks are balanced is basically what they're saying.
But are they?
It's not really. No, the focus is on inflation, and Powell made that clear yesterday, saying a couple of times that the labor market was in good shape. It's not inflationary. It's not causing us worry. It's not going to collapse right away. So their real focus is on inflation going forward.
But when did that shift happen? Because there was a time late summer, early fall when the labor market was a real concern.
Yeah, it's basically between November and December's meetings, we had gotten some much better numbers. I think it was October or September we saw a really strong report.
Right.
And then, the Fed started worrying a little bit less about employment. And then the ancillary indicators that come along, like jobless claims, don't give you any indication that things are falling apart. They've slowed down. We're not seeing hiring at the same rate, but the labor market is relatively good shape, so therefore they can worry more about inflation.
I have to say it was kind of fascinating to watch market reaction, right? We were at a certain point before the Fed decision. We saw stocks sell off a little bit. We saw yields move up right after the announcement. And then the presser started and then it reversed course. And so we kind of ended almost where we started. Does Jay Powell be like, whew, that's good. That's kind of what we want, right?
Yeah.
We don't want too much market reaction here.
They want the markets not to move on any of this. Now, what you're getting during the time period you're talking about is people hedging their bets or rearranging based on what they think the future Fed course is going to be, not based on the macroeconomics of it. And if you look at the macroeconomics today, they're no different than they were yesterday or
Right.
before that, and the view of what the Fed's going to do is no different than it was. So that's why you get this round trip there. But some people who were offsides one way or another have to, square their positions.
I did promise we'd talk about the effects of the LA wildfires when it comes to the economy and specifically jobless claims. We did get weekly jobless claims. They came in lower than forecast. Do we understand what the effects of the fires are going to be, at least when it comes to employment at this point?
We don't know exactly. Obviously, we get a week from tomorrow the payroll report, and the fires were taking place during the survey week. So there have been estimates that it could be as many as 20,000 jobs taken off of the payroll report. It never works out quite exactly that way, but it's a good starting working theory. We did see a big increase in jobless claims, a little over 20,000 in the first 2 weeks of the fires. So there's some thought that might be a good number. Now we're back way down. So even saw continuing claims fall, but they were bumped up in the previous week. Right. So it does look like what we saw as a reaction to the fires, and now we go forward and see if we lose those jobs, then in theory you'll get some of them back in coming months, because they'll have to hire more construction workers to rebuild houses and things like that. And some of the people who lost jobs, maybe their store or restaurant burned, they may not have jobs, but there'll be other jobs that come in to that area.
Yeah, the build and so on and so forth. Hey, listen, just got under a minute here, Mike. What's fun about a Fed meeting is that we're done, we got the decision, and now everybody can talk. So what's the narrative that you expect we're going to hear from Fed officials over the next couple of weeks?
I think you're going to see basically what you saw beforehand, that they will say we are in good position. We can raise or lower rates as we need to right now. Most of them will say right now we probably don't need to move. Let's see what happens with inflation. And those who have been saying that we could cut rates in the future will make that argument again. Chris Waller is basically who I'm talking about, although he was saying if inflation cooperates. So they're all kind of in the same place right now, and we're going to have to wait and see in the end of March what the president does between now and then, and how they interpret that.
Right, exactly. So much could change. That could change the backdrop. Michael McKee, thank you so much. International economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News, joining us right here in studio.
Let's take a look at the markets right now as we get over 90 minutes to the close of trading. The S&P 500 up higher, up by half a percentage point right now. We see it up by 0.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, we'll go ahead and round that up to 0.6%. Carol, the NASDAQ higher by 0.2%.
Most names in the S&P 500 higher, about 400 names, 425 to the upside, 77 losing some ground. Hey, coming up next, we do have actually the top gainer and the top decliner in the S&P 500 today. That one, Business Week, continues on this Thursday.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher right now. S&P up 30. That is a gain of 0.5%. S&P right now at 6,070. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 244 points. The Dow up 0.5%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index up 32 for NASDAQ, a gain there of 0.2%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, though, surging by 1.5%. The 10-year right now at 4.51%, with the 2-year 4.20%. Gold trading at a record right now, 27.92, was up as at 27.98. That is taking out the old record back in October. Right now we got gold up by 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude, I'm calling that unchanged on the day, 72.64 a barrel. Bitcoin up 1.6%, trading above $105,000. The Justice Department is suing to block Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks. HPE down 2.5%, Juniper down 1.9%, and the Federal Trade Commission is probing whether Uber and Lyft illegally coordinated to limit driver pay in New York City. This, according to documents reviewed by Bloomberg News. After the bell, Apple and Intel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie's been hitting on all of these names, but we did want to go back to IBM, hitting a record intraday, up the most since April of 1999 after it reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations on key metrics thanks to robust growth in IBM's software business. It also gave a strong forecast for free cash flow. It was the #1 gainer in the S&P 500 for most of the day. It's now slipped into second place, just behind Vistra, which we know has been beaten up over questions about the AI build-out and boost energy. But anyway, we wanted to talk IBM, especially, Tim, in a week where we've been so focused on some of the other mega-cap tech names, but it's interesting to see the outperformance that we're getting in IBM.
So watching closely is Ryan Vlastelica. He's Bloomberg News equities reporter. He joins us from our Chicago bureau. Ryan, it's a funny week because we're focusing on AI. We're focusing on the mega cap tech names. We got Apple reporting after the bell. Microsoft and Meta reported after the bell yesterday. IBM's rallying. It's outperforming the other companies that we talk about so much. What was so interesting about this quarter for IBM? Is this a real turnaround moment for the company?
Hey, thanks for having me. IBM has actually been doing pretty well over the past year or so. For a while, it was kind of viewed as an underappreciated value name within tech. They do have a lot of AI-related businesses, a lot of AI-related patents. And while it was sort of underappreciated when it comes to, the whole artificial intelligence space overall, people have been kind of like warming to the stock. It's really come up quite nicely over the past 12 months or so. And we did see in this most recent report, very strong cash flow forecast, a lot of positive AI bookings. So the trends there seem pretty strong. And I don't think people have really caught on to it in the same way that you might name some of the other bigger names within the AI space.
So, Ryan, though, if you look at the analyst community, there's been a bunch that actually have been raising their price targets, even if it's just a little bit, but raising their price targets on IBM today. So maybe a little bit of a rethink here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the consensus is slowly growing more positive. People seem pretty positive with the direction of the company's software business. Like I said, the cash flow, it kind of remains to be seen how big they're going to be in the AI landscape. But they've been in this area for a while. I don't know if you remember IBM's Watson program that I think it won Jeopardy or something a while back. So they've been around there for a while, but it's only kind of recently that people are sort of cottoning to them in a more pronounced way.
Is it about the clients that they're getting? Is it about spin-offs that they've done over the last couple of years that have changed the business? What specifically is it about IBM that has people optimistic?
Yeah, they have gotten rid of a couple of businesses. They've also done a couple of acquisitions that have been greeted kind of warmly, notably Red Hat. So yeah, a lot going on there, but that's a name that's, it seems like they're finally, after a period of pretty low growth, starting to pick up a little bit, and that's being reflected in the share price.
Hey, just quickly, we want to, since we've got you, let's not forget that, all right, it's been about, a bunch of the Mag 7 companies this week, 4 of them. We get another one after the close today, Apple. Just yesterday, it was downgraded to Perform from Outperform at Oppenheimer, the latest sign of kind of some caution ahead of earnings this evening, and it's not the first downgrade that we've seen as of late when it comes to Apple.
Yeah, I think the count was about 5 or so far this month. A lot of concerns about the iPhone business. How quickly is that growing? What is the state of play in China right now? There's been a lot of competition there, a lot of concerns there. Sales there haven't been all that robust. people really were banking on the iPhone 16, the one that has the AI features. People were really hoping that that would lead to a big upgrade cycle. So far, we haven't really seen that. Are they going to give an outlook that kind of points to when adoption is going to pick up a little bit more? What's the outlook for the 17? That's going to be the real focus, tonight.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much. Ryan Vostelica, he's Bloomberg News equities reporter, with the second biggest gainer in the S&P 500 today. IBM up about 12%, Tim.
All right, how about the biggest decliner? Can we go there?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, that one is none other than UPS, down close to 15% as we speak. Shares plunging the most ever, down to its lowest level, going back more than 4.5 years. The company did project annual revenue well below expectations. It told investors that a long-awaited rebound in demand for its parcel services will not arrive this year, and it also prompted it to slash its low-margin business with Amazon. So let's break this one down with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst Lee Klaskow, who joins us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Explain the Amazon move here, because it's certainly the biggest customer, but it's not the most profitable. Why make a move such as this?
Yeah, so Amazon accounts for roughly 12% of UPS's consolidated revenue. It accounts for, call it 20-25% of their domestic volumes. And the volume that they're doing for Amazon is lower margin business. Because delivering to somebody's home has higher costs and therefore usually has lower margins. So that B2C business tends to be much lower business. Then you have the fact that, Amazon has a lot of purchasing power because it is so big. So they were able to negotiate even lower rates. At the time, probably, a UPS and a FedEx, they were happy to take on Amazon. But as Amazon grew, it became kind of dilutive to margins. And FedEx, said bye-bye to Amazon back in 2019. So, we kind of knew this was going to happen eventually. I think maybe the pace was surprising and the timing was surprising. And I also think that, one of the reasons that the market is down so much is that, this year is not going to be as great as what, a lot of folks were expecting. And not just in their domestic business, but their international and the supply chain businesses as well.
All right, so as we mentioned, Lee, that UPS is the biggest decliner in the S&P 500. Carol Tomei, the CEO, saying Amazon is our largest customer, but it's not our most profitable customer. You just walked us through those metrics. But even so, even if it's not the most profitable, is it a big loss? I mean, so much so that investors are right in sending the stock, I don't know, its biggest one-day drop since 2008, down about 15%, it looks like, at its lows.
Well, just think if you lost 50 pounds, right? You'd go out and you'd probably buy yourself a new wardrobe. Well, while UPS isn't buying a new wardrobe, what they are doing is they're restructuring their network. So they can now get rid of facilities. They can, maybe not have as many planes in operations. Maybe they have not as few trucks or people. So their cost base is going to go down considerably. And the fact that they're investing in a lot of productivity initiatives that are driven by technology, they're going to be able to do a lot more with less. And, they're going to fill some of the capacity that they do have with much higher yielding business, whether that's for small, medium-sized shippers or other types of shippers. Even their SurePost business. Their SurePost is their kind of economy ground delivery that the Postal Service used to deliver the majority of those packages to people's houses. And what UPS has been able to do through technology and AI and machine learning and all that good stuff is insert that freight back into their network and build density within their trucks, and so lower the average cost of delivering that. And they've decided to take all that in, and they're able to do that through technology. And they also announced that about a 9.9% rate increase on that business. So, I think that, if you're looking past 2025, I think in 2026, UPS is going to be pretty well positioned for growth and better margins, especially as it focuses on kind of higher yielding businesses or higher margin businesses like it has with the growth of its healthcare business.
Lee, certainly the focus of our conversation is UPS, but doesn't exist in a vacuum here. Amazon is a big part of this conversation. And I'm wondering where this leaves Amazon, given that the company has invested so much over the last decade plus into building out its own delivery infrastructure network, including planes and including last mile as well. Where does it leave a company like Amazon? Does it eventually go entirely all under Amazon's umbrella?
I think to go entirely under Amazon umbrella is possible over time, but when I'm talking about time, I'm not talking about 25, 26.
Okay.
I'm talking about over the long term. What they've been able to build through their independent contractors is a good way to take the stuff that people buy and deliver it to people's homes. What they really haven't been able to do is pick things up along the way in mass. So like their network is kind of like a one-way network, where a FedEx or a UPS are two-way, where they do deliver stuff and they do pick up stuff at the same time. And so until that happens, they are still going to rely on a UPS for returns. So UPS, as a lot of listeners know, they have stores all over the place. You can go to the store and drop off an Amazon return, and it's pretty easy. So there's that ability. That UPS will probably, always have Amazon as a customer, but it's just going to be a much smaller, and it might be, eventually the majority of the business might just be returns. But, again, that's going to be over time.
Hey, Lee, FedEx is also down about 2.2% in today's session. I know we always say they're not the exact same companies, but is there some bigger, broader think here, too, about just the business overall, or the, moving around of goods and stuff, that maybe it's just not as strong?
Yeah, so, a lot of the impact of the Amazon business was in UPS's domestic business. And, when they gave their 2025 guidance, their international business was not nearly as strong. So I think the read-through for that is maybe demand is not going to be as great in 2025 as it was originally thought. I mean, I think people were expecting low single-digit growth in volumes. Maybe that's just more at the low end of that low single-digit growth kind of expectation. So, I suspect that you'll see analysts be taking down their numbers, not only on UPS, but maybe on FedEx as well, just tweaking things here or there. But I don't think it's like it's a huge call that, the consumer is dead, it's time to panic. It's not time to panic. The consumer in the U.S. has been extremely resilient, and that has been good for these parcel providers.
I'm one of those consumers, know it well. Lee, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Be well. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst Lee Klasko. One programming note, UPS CEO Carol Tomei will be live on Bloomberg Television and Radio. That's coming your way at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, so be sure to check that one out.
Hey, I got another programming note for you. We are expecting the NTSB to give a press conference and update on the tragedy down in Washington, D.C. That's expected to start at 2:45 this afternoon. We'll certainly bring that to you live as soon as they begin.
All right, so as you know, we talked with Mike McKee earlier about the latest read on the U.S. economy. Another great read on the economy and really the consumer comes from the restaurant space. It was just in December that Bloomberg reported on how casual restaurant bankruptcies had accelerated last year, with restaurants filing for bankruptcy at the fastest pace since 2020 as customers retreated. The view for this year was that advertising, value promotions would ultimately help restaurant sales. So let's see what is going on in the environment. With us is the chairman and CEO of the family-run fast casual restaurant chain Golden Crust. Jackie Hawthorne Robinson is with us. She recently took over as CEO, and she joins us here in studio. Welcome. Nice to have you here. How are you?
Oh, thank you so very much. And I must say, it's great to be here. Yeah, so I'm doing great. How about you?
We're doing okay. There's a lot coming at everybody, and I think there's a lot coming at investors. There's a lot coming at consumers. You guys are some 30 years into this. If we
35 years.
35.
That's correct.
So, how would you describe today's business environment? Because what's going on in restaurants can tell us a lot about the economy, small business, and the consumer.
Well, basically for us, from a Golden Crest perspective, we are doing great in our business. We are functional, we are operational, we are making profit, and we are rolling the dice, so to speak. But I see it, I see the concept, I see what's happening to other restaurant business, how they're failing. But for us as Golden Crest, we are progressing for sure.
We saw the last couple of years punctuated by the highest inflation that we've seen in a generation.
That's correct.
Is that gone for you? Are
No,
prices flat?
I would say no, it's not going for us. But what we are doing, we are trying to keep the market alive. We're trying to bring quality still. And even though inflation is up, we haven't raised prices for a few years. So we are trying to hold so we can maintain and stay in business.
Well, where specifically are you still seeing prices increase?
I'm seeing prices price increases in big box stores. I'm seeing price increases in the Walmarts and in all those other locations. We are seeing price increases in the products that we're purchasing, goods overall.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure, definitely.
So if you're not passing it along to consumers, that puts pressure on you guys, right?
It does.
In terms of the margin side of the business, where we know it can be already kind of slim and tough in restaurants.
Yes, I agree with that.
How difficult, and then how do you manage? Like, can you cut costs elsewhere?
Cutting costs elsewhere is also very difficult because, as we know, just about cost is being increased from every perspective right now. If it's rental, it's being increased. If it's goods, the cost of goods are high. So it's there. We are trying to shoulder it where inflation is concerned, just to keep our customers happy and to create the best product.
One thing I've noticed at fast casual restaurants is, in recent years, is embracing technology.
Right.
And the way that companies have come out with apps to allow people to order ahead of time. In some cases, you go to a restaurant and you're not ordering from a person, you're ordering using a kiosk.
Exactly.
All of that, the idea there is to help with cost and decrease the amount of money somebody has to pay for employees, or decrease the number of employees. How are you guys embracing tech?
Well, we're embracing tech. We're getting there. Not quick enough, but we are definitely entertaining tech, and we're moving towards it. We have apps. We're operating in apps. We're serving from apps. We've got Uber Eats, and we've got all those different apps that we're utilizing right now.
We're talking about, the business side of what you guys do. And we are talking a lot, Jackie, about what might come down from Washington. We're already, getting glimpses. We're seeing activities already around immigration.
Correct.
Is that impacting you in terms of a workforce, or?
It hasn't impacted us yet. So I know going forward it might be, but right now we are okay and we are still operational. Yes, for sure.
During the pandemic, we saw a lot of consumers embrace those third-party delivery services. One challenge was for restaurants to have their products actually survive delivery and taste as good when somebody gets it at their home or apartment versus when they get it in a restaurant. Did you guys have to make changes during that time to how the product was delivered?
I think for us, I would say absolutely not. Our products are delivered on time. It's still hot. It's still holding up in those boxes that we use. So we do not, at present, have a problem with that.
Have you seen delivery as a portion of your overall business fall off significantly since the heights of the pandemic, or have consumers held on to that?
We have increased sales.
Just as far as delivery goes, I'm talking about in-restaurant versus delivery. You're still seeing growth in delivery?
Yeah, we're still seeing growth in delivery, and we're still seeing growth in the restaurant. So there's duality, for us, and both of them are still functional.
I just want to mention some headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This has to do with OpenAI, of course, really at the center of the push that we've seen in artificial intelligence over the last couple of years. Coming from the Wall Street Journal, OpenAI is in talks for investment round, valuing it up to $340 billion, and it is in talks to raise up to $40 billion in a new round of financing, and that would include up to $25 billion from SoftBank. But again, OpenAI in talks to raise up to $40 billion that would ultimately give it a $340 billion valuation. This again, Tim, coming from the Wall Street Journal.
So I guess not really a lot of concern over what happened on Monday?
Or maybe, I don't know. It's interesting, the timing. I feel like this week has been chock full of news around artificial intelligence.
Just to remind everybody, the Journal reminding us that $157 billion is the valuation that OpenAI recently had. That was only a couple months ago, back in October. So a $340 billion valuation, if this does indeed come true, would be quite an increase in a short time.
Yeah, big bump up. Anyway, we're going to continue to track that. I want to get back to Jackie Hawthorne Robinson, CEO at Golden Crust. For those who are not familiar, and Jackie, I'll be quite honest with you. When we were reading in and getting ready to do this interview, I'm like, I don't know that I know these restaurants. So tell us, because you're around the United States, a lot of them in the Texas area.
Have you had our food at all?
I have not. So tell us about what you guys do. What sets you
Golden Crust
apart?
exists basically to bring the taste of the Caribbean to worldwide, to everybody, whichever country you're in, whatever state you're in. So Golden Crust does exist for that. We carry a niche kind of recipe for all the food items that we offer with a Caribbean flavor, authentic Caribbean flavor. We strive for that, and that's what we produce every day. So we're bringing most of our items, core items, do come out of Jamaica.
Right.
So we import those items, like the Scotch bonnet pepper. I'm not sure if you've ever had that. Spicy.
I do like
tasty.
a little bit of spicy.
Yes.
My family likes spicy.
Yep. And not only is it spicy, it's flavorful.
Jackie, where are you guys mostly in terms of where your stores are right now, your restaurants in the United States?
Well, we are located over the metropolitan area. Yeah, that's where we are right now. And we're also in 8 states.
In 8 states?
Yes, that is correct.
Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, Texas, New York, and New Jersey.
Yes, that's
correct. Does
correct.
that footprint grow?
Yes, it does.
Where
Yes,
and when?
it grows. I mean, we have growth, monthly growths, that coming from all these footprints. We have areas that are doing better than other areas, but the footprints works.
Where will you grow next? What states will you expand into?
Well, we're in Texas. We're trying to expand more into Texas. We currently have 3 locations there. We're looking to possibly put another 2 to 3 locations in the Texas region. We want to go back and go full blast back in California. So that's where we're looking to go to now. California will be the next state up for us.
Who is your typical customer? And I am curious, like we talked a little bit about the business environment earlier, what you have seen in terms of the spend, if that, we talked about inflation and pressures, and you haven't been really spending that or passing that along to the customer. But are you increasingly seeing customers look for kind of like value initiatives?
Oh, yeah, definitely. They do that every day. Everybody wants a deal. We understand. Yeah. We do understand that. But our niche right now is Caribbean people, mostly Jamaicans coming in. Yeah. And then outside of that, we sure have a broader customer base. So we serve to everybody just about now.
One thing that I always wonder about when it comes to restaurants is supply chain and how you keep consistency across different parts of the country when some restaurants are thousands of miles from the other restaurant.
Correct.
How do you, what's your distribution center? How do you make sure that the experience that somebody has at the location on 14th Street in Manhattan, for example, is the same as the location in Texas?
I think keeping everything the same is how we operate. We have field officers. We have people that are responsible for each state, of course. We do testings all the time to ensure people are keeping up with what they need to. We, as also a delivery company, we do deliver all of our items from the main office, whether it's the beef patties, boxed and frozen, and all your other items like your fresh hardo bread and the fresh hardo buns and all the other items that we produce. We do deliver daily to these customers and to these franchisees.
How do you determine, you talk about the franchisees. So in some ways that offloads some of the risk for you guys.
That is correct.
Directly.
Yes.
But you want to make sure those franchisees do well because
that's correct.
It impacts the overall brand.
Bottom line in the brand. Yes.
Totally get.
Yes.
So in terms of expansion, how do you determine where you are going? Is it just where you're seeing, is it basic demand in terms of customers and you know that you're going to be able to grow that market? Or how do you determine where to go?
I guess as you mentioned, the demand definitely is a factor. I mean, we have customers that comes into our stores every day, and whichever state they're from, they're going to come and say, hey, you guys need to get into Texas.
Right.
I need your product. You need to get there. So, of course, we'll take that. We will listen to it. We will do demographics, and we'll see if it fits us, and then we'll move into that state.
If give us an understanding of company-run stores versus franchisee stores right now.
Right. So give you an understanding of the company
how
store?
many do you have that are company-run versus how many are franchise?
Basically now we're down to like 2 company stores.
Okay, and the rest
All
are
the
franchise.
other stores are franchises.
What is the commitment that a franchisee has to make in order to open one of these restaurants?
Well, they have to commit to the brand. They have to commit to keep the brand alive. They have to commit to use our products. And they have to commit to consistency.
I was looking for a financial commitment.
Oh, financial commitment? Oh, you need a number for that?
I need a number, yeah.
Oh, you need a number for that. If I were to throw a number out there, I'd probably say on this platform right now, probably about $450,000.
Okay, so that's the upfront cost, and then
that can be construction costs, upfront costs.
And then there are the costs that are associated with the licensing.
Exactly.
And
that's
then a marketing cost as well?
Not really, not right off the bat.
So the percentages that you take is just a licensing fee?
Yes, licensing, and at that point, you do take your percentage once they open and become operational.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Well, and what's interesting is you guys, you have the restaurants, you have the franchisees, but you also have a lot of products, right, in grocery stores.
We sure do.
Tell us a little bit about the growth of that business and what you're seeing there.
Okay, well, basically for us, we're in a lot of big box stores.
Yeah.
We're in the Costco's. We are in Dollar Trees. We are in Walmart. And as a matter of fact, we are rolling out a new item. for Walmart, which is scheduled to roll out February 26th, a 2-pack select patty, just for Walmart purposes only. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now.
What's the connection between a sales increase at a big box store when a restaurant opens in that local area? Do you see a lift?
Yes, we do. We definitely do.
Like if you have a restaurant open up in a new location and you've already been selling the products in one of the big box stores, how much does it increase the sales in the big box store?
I would say because of visibility. So that big new restaurant is now creating more visibility for us. For most of the time, it does not affect us at all. Yeah.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Really interesting to hear. Let us know as things continue to grow and expand.
Thank you so very much.
Jackie, thank you so much. Jackie Hawthorne Robinson, she's Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Golden Crust, joining us here in studio. We should remind you that we are getting ready to head back to the nation's capital. The NTSB is expected to give an update on that midair crash that happened yesterday at Reagan National. Looking for some more details, as we know from the president's press conference earlier today. A lot of questions in terms of how this happened. So we're looking for a little bit more clarity and information and see where they are in the investigation. And we should point out that this has gone from a rescue to recovery mission. So looking for some updates in terms of the progress, I should say, on the rescue mission.
Some of the folks who we do expect to hear from include the chair of the NTSB, Jennifer Homendy, also Todd Inman, who's a member of the NTSB, and then Bryce Banning, who is the investigator in charge. Once again, the NTSB briefing on the investigation into yesterday's midair collision involving that PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-700 and the Sikorsky H-60 military helicopter right by DCA.
Right. The plane was carrying 64 people. The Army helicopter had 3 airmen aboard. Looking at our live blog here at Bloomberg, we've been keeping track as different information comes in, different press conferences are happening. But the DC fire chief had said we don't believe there are any survivors, which is why it is now a recovery mission at this point. Keep in mind that this is a very busy aviation hub. There are restrictions. Some might say that they are complex, they are bewildering, and it's a very congested urban environment to layer on top of that, not far from the White House, not far from the U.S. Capitol, not far from the Pentagon. And our team kind of reminding us that it has had some issues before, and so it continues to be on everyone's radar in terms with the backdrop of this collision, and there will be questions to be answered, no doubt about that.
We expect to hear that update begin just in the next couple of minutes. We should note that thanks to the live blog from our own Tony Capaccio, Pentagon reporter, reminding all of us that an annual Army Aviation Safety Report released this month showed that during the year through September, there were 15 so-called Class A flight mishaps. It refers to the most serious accidents when aircraft are destroyed and lives are lost. Those crashes resulted in 11 deaths, 9 soldiers, as well as a contractor and a civilian. Carol, only one of those crashes involved a Black Hawk.
Yeah, and the incident, really one of the deadliest U.S. air disasters in decades, and we are watching it for, trying to get more clues in terms of exactly what happened. We do know it happened last night. The American Flight 5342 had been coming from Wichita, Kansas, 60 passengers. We mentioned the crew aboard the Sikorsky H-60 Black Hawk helicopter. And so, again, just looking for more clarification in terms of why that mid-air collision happened ultimately last night. And we do know the rescue and recovery, I should say, actions have been really difficult considering the temperatures, the water, so that's been a difficult process as well. But we will get an update and find out exactly how far along the crews are. Multiple recovery crews, we should say, that have come from all parts of the area around Washington, D.C. to help out in that.
Once again, we're waiting to hear from the NTSB. That briefing will start imminently. It's going to be held at the lobby in Terminal 1 at DCA. We'll hear from the chair, Jennifer Homendy, of the NTSB, Todd Inman, the member of the NTSB, and then the investigator in charge, Bryce Banning.
All right, everybody. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday. Of course, another busy market day. Just quick check on it as we wait for that NTSB update. You've got the S&P 500 just up about 0.5%, a gain of about 33 points. The NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 0.4%, up about 99 points. The Dow, if you're interested, up about 0.5%, up to 249 in terms of points. We do have another big earnings coming up after the closing bell. Apple, which we will be breaking full team coverage in terms of their results, and we'll be gauging market reaction. But in the meantime, again, certainly among our most read stories, if not the most read, is that mid-air crash that we had last night, Tim.
The crash definitely revives scrutiny over the congested Washington airspace. We've got a graph from our Bloomberg team, a chart that shows just how crowded and how busy, or I should say how busy the runway is at Ronald Reagan Airport. One runway there is the country's busiest, 819 flights per day, followed by Los Angeles International Airport. One of those runways has 781 flights per day.
All right, let's take you to the NTSB and the briefing.
Thank you for joining us. My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board. The National Transportation Safety Board is an independent federal agency that's charged by investigating every civil aviation and serious accident and serious incident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences, our sympathies on behalf of the entire board for those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. Entire communities were affected, and we are thinking of you. With me today is Bryce Banning. Bryce is a senior aircraft accident investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. He's also going to serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation. Also with me today is the entire board. We have Todd Inman, member Todd Inman. Todd is going to serve as the board member on scene, the spokesperson for this investigation. All of the board members will be here. We have Vice Chairman Alvin Brown, member Mike Graham, who lived in Wichita for 20 years, and we also have member Tom Chapman. The NTSB's headquarters is just a mile from here. And so we are all here because this is an all-hands on-deck event. And we're here to assure the American people that we are going to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. Now, with that, I want to level set. When we go to the scene, and we were here last night, we allow the responders to do their important safety mission, which in this case was search and rescue and recovery. We stand back to allow them to do their important safety mission. And so this for us is our first full day on scene with our entire crew coming together. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency. So with that said, we are not going to get into specific facts in this press conference. I want to level set here. We're going to get into our investigative process. As we are able to confirm factual information, we will provide that. I do want to say this is a whole of government effort. I was able to brief, along with others, the President of the United States and the Vice President this afternoon. I want to thank them for their leadership, for their tremendous support of the NTSB, for our investigators, and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. I also want to thank Secretary Sean Duffy, who I was communicating with early on after we first got word of this tragedy. We've been working together throughout the day, along with his team at the DOT and within FAA. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was also integral in working with us today. Chris Rocheleau, the acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. We've heard from many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, and so I will say this is a tremendous, one more time, whole of government effort. I also want to take a moment and thank the many, many responders that have been on scene. It has been an incredible effort. And I will have a full list that I will provide, that we will provide tomorrow, but I do want to thank them for all their work. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Inman for additional remarks.
So today is our first full day on scene. Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all of the perishable evidence and all of the fact-finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of probable cause. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and to recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. Since we're just beginning our investigation, we don't have a great deal of information to share right now. We will keep you informed by giving regular updates as we learn more. Our intention is to have a preliminary report within 30 days, and the final report will be issued once we've completed all of our fact-finding and investigation. Now, we will not be determining the probable cause of the accident while we are here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this accident. Today, we will be going and having an organizational meeting and establishing our parties to our investigation. We currently have the following parties that are already identified: PSA Airlines, GE Aerospace, Sikorsky, FAA, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers, ALPA, which represents the pilots, Army, AFA, which represents the flight attendants. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be an accredited representative under Annex 13 of ICAO. They will be supplemented by MHIRG as a technical advisor. They were previously known as Bombardier, sorry. The NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees, activities, or equipment involved in the accident. We offer that because they will provide technical expertise and relevant information supporting the development of the best possible factual record. Once they join this investigation, they are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. So I want to stress this. It is only the NTSB that will provide information related to this investigation, with one exception. Regarding the fatalities that occurred, that notification will be handled by the DC medical examiner. We will not be discussing fatalities or names. That will be handled by them as the proper authority. So we want to talk a little bit about our process. We will analyze the facts and determine the probable cause of the accident, and then issue a report of those determinations. I also want to talk a little bit about some additional people that are here with us, and they're very important to us, and that is our family assistance group. Later today, we will be briefing the families. We normally try to do this before a media event, but in this case, they're still arriving. Our family assistance specialists are already working closely with local officials and others to help assist them in their efforts to support everyone that's affected by this accident. And let me just reiterate what the chair said. A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States. And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately. As part of this, we are going to be standing up some specific working groups. Those working groups will be operations. They will be looking at the history of the accident flight and crew members' duties for as many days before the crash as appears relevant. We'll be forming a structures group, which will be the documentation of the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculation of impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We'll have a power plants group. They will do the examination of the engines and the engine accessories. We'll have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. We'll have an air traffic control group. They will do reconstruction and review of air traffic control systems provided to and including acquisition of pertinent flight track surveillance information, what you might typically think of as radar or ADS-B, along with controller-pilot communications. We will also have a survival factors group. They will be doing the documentation of impact, forces and injuries, community emergency planning, and all crash and fire rescue efforts. Also, due to the unique nature of this crash, we will be having a helicopter group as well. Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance and all before the accident factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress, we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now. So I'm going to ask, we'll call on a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
Yeah, James Matthews from Sky News. So we've heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with the cause of this accident. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members, but I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation. I'll turn it back.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out on the water right now?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you. I'm going to turn it back over to Member Inman.
Sir.
Henry with CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Yeah, Member Chase Williams of Fox Business. I'm wondering about the conditions in the tower last night. Were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that?
Question is about controllers. As I said, we are just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they are entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They'll be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It'll be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know. And this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Ma'am, Chairwoman, Stephanie Ramos with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the president has stated what may have caused the crash, stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on speculating during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Hang on a second. Dave.
Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably most important in those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DoD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you may find online and people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. One.
CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions. Sir? So the question is about the families, and many of those families are still en route. Some are still being notified from both the military and from the commercial crash. There is a family assistance facility that's being stood up by American and PSA Airlines in Bethesda, Maryland. They've already been working on that, standing it up. Our team from our disaster assistance team has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. It will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control system.
No. Sir, or are you?
I know that Marielle Carville with DC News now. We've heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane into the water?
Well, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The D.C. medical examiner will, but I think the D.C. fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
But were they off the plane? Like, did they even get out of the plane?
Last question.
So, hang on one second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact, but we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we have, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question?
For example, they've got right here. Sir, are you going to be looking at the family member's cell phone?
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook, ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedure for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in D.C., it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transiting, I believe, from track 1 to 4 as part of their normal procedure. If you live in D.C., you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. You know, in today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area until we need to. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, you have been listening to an NTSB briefing on the midair crash that happened at Reagan National last evening. You've been listening to the voice of Todd Inman, board member of the NTSB. He's also the spokesperson for the investigation. As is typical, the NTSB says it's going to take its time to gather all the information and then, of course, issue their report on what happened. But again, stressing the time needed to make sure that they get the facts and the information correctly and so that they can assess what what happens. As for the black box, the flight recorder, they say they know where it is, and it has yet, though, to be recovered. So we'll continue to track. This is going to take some time, weeks, to really figure out exactly what happened. All right, we're going to get back to the markets right now.
And let's on over for an update. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you, Robert. Here's what's going on. 45 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Perhaps the big market story, though, the surge in the Russell 2000 index up now by 1.5%. To put that in context, S&P up 0.7%, up 42 points now. The Dow up 284, up 0.6%. NASDAQ right now up by 0.5%. 10-year at 4.51%. The 2-year 4.19%. Spot gold trading at a record $27.94 the ounce now. It is up by 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude $72.87 a barrel, up 0.3. And Bitcoin right now at 105,730, up 1.9%. Microsoft down 6% after earnings. The big story coming up after the close of trading going to be Apple. Apple shares ahead of earnings up 0.2%, and Intel up by 1.4%, also reporting after the close of trading. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, it's hard to think back to Monday, Carol, given what a week it's been so far.
It's been kind of crazy, the ride here.
Okay, it was a day that the stock market reckoned with a startup called DeepSeek. Even though a lot of people knew about what it could do in R1 last week. On that day, though, you'll recall NVIDIA fell 17% in a single day. It erased $589 billion in value, a record drop for a single day. Mihir Desai was watching what happened in the stock market that day closely. He's the Mizuho Financial Group Professor of Finance at Harvard Business School. He's also a professor at the law school. He's also contributed to Bloomberg's Weekend Edition. He did write in the New York Times this week that Monday's value destruction illustrates something concerning happening in financial markets and can best be explained by an ancient myth of a serpent eating itself. Professor Desai, it's good to have you with us. Why was NVIDIA losing nearly a fifth of its value in a day? Not that surprising to you.
Well, so I think what the big surprise is why and how 7 companies constitute 1/3 of our market capitalization. That's really the big surprise. And so the question of the day is really how is that going to reconcile itself? And so what I tried to put forward in this piece was just the theory that actually it's pretty unsustainable, and that in effect big tech is eating its own tail. This serpent image that you might have seen of a snake eating itself has been around for millennia. And I think that's kind of what's going on, which is just a way of saying this AI frenzy has, in some sense, been manifest by these big 7 companies having a very low cost of capital. They've become the safe asset in the world. So if you are around the world, you want a dollar-denominated asset, but with better management teams than maybe governments, better balance sheets than maybe governments, you're going to flock to them. Well, what does that mean? Well, if that happens and they become the safe asset, then people don't expect much in terms of return, because that's what happens with safe assets. Well, how do managers respond to that? And the answer is you invest a lot. And that's what they've been doing. And they've been investing a lot in each other. And they've been spending like crazy. So, for example, NVIDIA's more than half their revenues is coming from their siblings in the big 7. So, and Amazon, Microsoft are spending literally $200 billion a year in infrastructure spend. And they're doing buybacks hand over fist. So they are literally eating themselves and literally eating each other. And the underlying story, I think, is going to be that these is going to end up having low returns. So when you end up giving them the prize of being a safe asset, you don't expect much from them, and they invest like crazy, and then they deliver slow returns. That's what we are going to see. It won't happen today or tomorrow. It'll happen over the next 5 or 10 years, like it happened at the beginning of the last century with railroads and steel. I think that is why it wasn't that big a surprise to me.
I want to dig a little bit into this. You know, one of the things that we love looking at here at Bloomberg is that the supply chain function. So you pull up something like NVIDIA. And so Microsoft is responsible for about 19% of their revenue. Meta is about 10%, according to our latest data. Supermicro, about 8%. Alphabet, Google, about 6%. Amazon, about 5%. Dell, about 3%. Like, we love to kind of get an idea of who's buying. And so the exposure, especially if we get bad news from them, what it means for an NVIDIA. So you're saying, what, too concentrated? Or what's your point about, you know, that they're kind of, like, it's like this almost closed circle,
it's
right?
It's a little bit of a closed circle,
and
exactly,
they all are kind of like supporting one another.
Yeah, so, I mean, effectively what's happening is they're investing and spending money on each other. And that closed circle, ultimately...
Why are they doing that? Because some would say that what we've seen over the last couple of years is that everybody has all of a sudden realized, oh my God, look at what generative AI
Exactly.
can do. And so we have to build out our own systems.
Exactly right. And the promise is that it is not a closed circle, that one day it'll all be manifest to us what those revenues and profits are. And that is a huge bet. We are all levered to the Mag 7 in a way that I don't think we understand. When 1/3 of the market cap is Mag 7, we're levered to it, and the global economy is levered to it. And all of that is going to be a function of the productivity of all this capital they're spending on each other. And what I tried to raise in that article is it's not clear that that is going to be manifest. And in fact, DeepSeek, I think people misunderstood the DeepSeek lesson. In part, the story about DeepSeek is it is very hard to create a competitive advantage in this industry. You know, people think there's a lot of money to be made. Well, to make a lot of money, you need to be able to capture the rents. And what DeepSeek showed is that it's not clear that these rents are easily captured. And so if it's easily accessible to everyone, that doesn't mean it's not going to be transformational, Carol. What it means is...
Because some would say that if it's more accessible, more people can tap into it. And for people who are supportive of it, like hence the software guys, right? We all of a sudden said they were off and running.
Yeah, and it could be transformational, but will a company be able to capture it all, right? So the whole premise of their market capitalizations is there's going to be 7 big winners, and we know who they are. It's those 7 companies. And maybe that's not right, even if it is transformational. If it isn't transformational, then we're all really in trouble because they're literally deploying capital at really, really low rates of return, maybe negative rates of return.
Your question about a mode or differentiation is an interesting one. It came up yesterday during our conversation with Caroline Hyde of Bloomberg Technology about what the difference is between Gemini, ChatGPT, Llama, Anthropic's Claude. What is the difference between these apart from the way they look? That question, I think, still a lot of investors in the private markets and the public markets are asking themselves.
Yeah, and one theory is that it's about scale. You have to get big, and you have to get big fast. And the answer is maybe. DeepSeek suggests maybe not. And also, we should just remember that having access to a lot of capital and spending it is not a competitive advantage. That is not what a competitive advantage is. Capital is not like the scarce resource in the world. And so if you
especially for some of these big tech companies, right? Like we talk about their balance sheets, and typically you would say a higher rate environment would bother them, but they have so much cash that they don't have to really tap into the capital markets.
That's right.
And
but I think they're in a race, right? So they're spending cash hand over fist. And the answer is, well, wait, but if you don't have a sustainable advantage, then what is this race about? And I don't think there is a real moat there. And then you really have to question the whole story.
So I think it raises a lot of questions about where investors should be putting their money in the public market. We talk a lot about single stocks. In retirement portfolios, a lot of people are invested in indexes. If you're not playing the stock market, all the experts say, hey, just invest in the S&P 500 or index funds. What happens, though, when the S&P 500 is dominated by these companies? Where should people put their money?
Well, that's exactly right, because the unique circumstance is that, I talk about the unmagnificent 493, because there's a magnificent 7 and there's an unmagnificent 493. And the answer is that is still the best advice. However, I think it's a good time to rethink certain things. So, for example, as you know, we are living in the 20th year of the value growth split, where growth has just outperformed value forever. And I think it's a good occasion to revisit that. And for those of you who are listening who want to be still, I just want to index, I just want to do that. Well, you want to think about broader indices. You want to think about value indices. And you want to think about whether that whole mantra that has been good for the last 20 years is good again, especially as rates stay, relatively speaking, high in a way they haven't been for 15, 20 years.
Although one challenge, though, someone might push back and say, well, VTI, which is the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index, is pretty heavily correlated to the S&P 500.
That is true.
And that's a challenge if you want to buy the entire market. You're still just buying the biggest companies.
That is true. I mean, in a way, that is a little bit of the point of the piece, which is we are all levered to the Mag 7 in a way that we can't get away. I think the answer is, though, there are narrower, value indices that can help you, and there are international ways to go. So I am not a huge believer in stock pickers, so I think indices are fantastic. But there are other kinds of indices. There's non-U.S. indices. There's yield. There's fixed income. There's lots of things that we, for the last 15 years, have forgotten about. My previous piece was about magical thinking and how kind of long periods of low rates have infected people to think like this goes on forever. and growthy stuff happens forever, and technology solves everything. And so, look, when rates get back up where they are, you got to think hard in your portfolio about fixed income in a way, and cash in a way that you haven't thought about in a long time.
All right, so Professor Desai, so how does this potentially end? You know, people have made the comparisons to the tech bubble of 1999, 2000. I don't know that it's the exact same thing, but you tell me that in terms of then how does this ultimately work its way out? Or do these companies possibly ultimately deliver if AI is as transformative as we think it might be?
Yeah, so I think the analogy to the dot-com bubble isn't that great in some ways, because a lot of those companies were not real companies, and it was all a little sketchy.
Exactly.
These are real companies. Like these are really the best companies in the world. Okay, and so what's more likely to be true is something like the Nifty 50.
Yeah.
Going to the early 70s, or the early part of last century, which is railroads and steel. And what does that tell you? It's a grind. It's not a pop of a bubble. It's like 5 years of like zero. Of like zero returns, right? So it's a grind.
So 5 years of this stuff just kind of going sideways.
Yeah,
perhaps.
it's like sideways, right? Because it's not.
Is it because the build takes so long?
The build
or
takes
the
so long,
impact?
and then we realize that the returns aren't there, right? And for us to realize that and understand that, I mean, these folks are spending hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. We won't really know the productivity of that capital spend for a long time. And that's why it takes longer. And they're not like fly-by-night folks, right? These are like serious people. And so it's going to take years. And that, I don't know if that's good news or bad news, Carol, but I think that is the right way to understand it. It's 3 to 5 years of a grind, which also helps you understand why valuation levels are high right now and how they come back down, just very slowly and in a very boring, unexciting way.
It's interesting because we saw in the president's first week of his term an announcement where he was flanked by Larry Ellison of Oracle, Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, Sam Altman of OpenAI. And he was touting a $100 billion up to $500 billion investment.
Yeah.
Is that something that concerns you when we're talking about figures of that size?
Well, what would concern me is if capital, this is all about capital allocation, like everything is in the economy. And so if capital allocation is going to be guided by political litmus tests, which is you got to spend $100 billion, and if you're not good for the $100 billion, we're not sure if you're a real deal. If it becomes a political litmus test and it's not being guided by the tenets of capital allocation, we're all going to suffer on that over the long run. So that's what concerns me. It's about whether this is becoming a political litmus test. Like, are you with us on AI or not? And then, of course, as you know, CEOs had to respond, which, I'm good for the $100 billion.
Yeah.
Which now starts to feel like a poker match as opposed to thoughtful capital allocation, and feels a little bit like a political litmus test.
Well, it's certainly something we've talked about, that even with some of the announcements that came out of the administration, right? But of course, no government money, but nonetheless commitments by companies. And some say, it's a commitment, doesn't mean ultimately the spend gets carried out. So it's something to keep an eye on, right? To see ultimately how it plays out. I think we're in this interesting place where we've talked a lot too about we're waiting for the payoff and understanding whether this all makes sense. Great stuff. Thank you so much.
No, my pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Professor Mihir Desai, he is, of course, with Harvard Business School. He's the Mizuho Financial Group Professor of Finance at Harvard Business School and a Professor of Law at Harvard as well. Interesting column here in the New York Times. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Hey, we got a little more than a half hour to go until the close of trading on this Thursday afternoon. The S&P 500, Carol, up at its best levels of the day, close to 0.8% higher. The NASDAQ higher by 0.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by about 0.6%.
Yeah, we are. We've seen a bounce back certainly in today's session. We're really going through a lot of earnings. This has been a busy one for some of the big tech companies, 4 of the Mag 7 reporting, but also kind of a broad swath in terms of the U.S. economy. And one of the names that we've been talking about certainly today is the worst performer in the S&P 500, and we are talking about UPS, which is often seen as a great gauge of some of the economy, but there's always some nuances when it comes to the shipping companies in terms of what they are doing. But nonetheless, we are seeing shares of UPS, as we mentioned, at their lows down about 18%. Right now, we're seeing a decline of about 13% for an 18-point decline. So we want to hear more from the company. And for that, we're going to toss things over to our TV colleagues who are sitting down with the UPS CEO. So we're going to toss things over to them in just a moment, because they're going to have a conversation getting into the specifics of certainly the earnings. Let's head there now.
This is the countdown to the close. I'm Romaine Bostic.
And I'm Alex Steele. Let's turn back to earnings. We're watching shares of UPS right now falling the most on record to the lowest level since 2020. This comes after revenue for this year missed estimates as the company winds down its relationship with Amazon, which makes up almost 12% of its revenue. For more on this, we want to turn to Carol Tomé, CEO of UPS. Carol, thank you so much for joining. There's a lot of little threads to pull here for UPS, but clearly investors are skittish, and it was really that Amazon news and your revenue forecast that did it. When did you make the decision to part ways with Amazon?
Well, it's wonderful to be with you both. And let me just describe the relationship that we have with Amazon. It goes back nearly 30 years, and we have great respect for the company. They are our largest customer, but they're not our most profitable customer. And our contract was coming up for renewal this year, and it gave us an opportunity to step back and assess how we wanted to drive the relationship going forward. We considered a number of different options and alternatives and landed on this, which is an accelerated glide down of their revenue, taking it down more than 50% by June of 2026. Now it was a lot to digest from a market perspective, but here's the real bottom line. If you look at the guidance that we gave for 2025 for our U.S. business alone, with the Amazon glide down, our average daily value will drop around 8.5%. Our revenue will only drop about 2%, but our profit in the United States will grow by nearly 15%. We'll grow profit dollars by making this change. So we are taking control of our destiny and allowing ourselves to grow into the markets that really value our end-to-end network.
Right, so you're sacrificing volume, but for the right kind of customer. So that in many ways makes sense. Did this come from you guys, or did you call Jeff Bezos, or did he call you? Did they start the contract negotiation, then you were like, no thanks?
No, this was absolutely our decision. We ran with this.
I am curious, Carol, with regards to this decision, FedEx went through something similar a couple of years ago, and I know your businesses aren't exactly apples to apples. They had some issues in trying to sort of work through, I think, the vision you're laying out for effectively a more healthy stream of revenue. What is the time frame that you're putting on this before you start to see a return and erase effectively any potential losses in the short term from this?
So we'll have a glide down through June of 2026. But the operating profit and operating margin will continue to improve. And by the end of 2026, the operating margin in the United States will reach 12%. In terms of growth, we're leaning into the areas of the market that value our end-to-end network and our differentiating capabilities, areas like SMBs. Our SMB volume grew in 2024. It will grow again in 2025. Areas like healthcare logistics. Our healthcare logistics business grew 5% last year against a market that only grew 2.5%.
Right.
And next year will grow nearly 8%. So we'll be gaining the revenue back, but quality revenue. And the addressable market's big, so there's lots of opportunities for us to grow.
Carol, based on the market reaction today, why is it that this is the first time we're hearing about this publicly? Was there not a decision made maybe to communicate this, or communicate meaning the severing of the relationship with Amazon, or the wind down, I should say? Was there any discussion about maybe communicating this in a pre-announcement prior to the earnings day?
It's a very fair question. In fact, we debated this with our advisors if we should have a separate investor call on this particular decision, and collectively we agreed to put it all into today's earnings release. I know it's a lot to digest, but as the days and weeks play out, I think investors and analysts will digest the information and understand that for the long term, this is for the health of UPS, and UPS is driving its strategy.
Talk to us in the meantime, though, about small package growth. It is a tough market, and that's irrespective of Amazon and irrespective of the United States Postal Service. It's just a tough market. When do you think we're going to go back to some real overall growth, and can you steal some market share?
Yeah, this is going to be a share story for a while, I think. The small package market in the United States is expected to grow in the low single digits. So how do you win in a marketplace like that? You've got to take share. And how do you take share? You do it by investing in enabling capabilities. For us, that includes capabilities like RFID tagging, which initially drove productivity in our business, but now provide upstream inventory visibility for our customers. We've seen some significant customer wins just because of that capability. Capability like store replenishment, where now we can give retailers time-definite delivery, which allows them to make sure their in-stocks are in good shape and lowers their cost of labor. Differentiation capabilities like cold chain logistics. The complex healthcare logistics market is over $80 billion opportunity. We just announced another acquisition of this capability in Germany, a company called Frigo-Trans. So we see an opportunity to reach $20 billion in healthcare logistics over the next several years.
Carol, though, if you're going to compete and steal market share, does that mean you're going to have to compete on price, which then winds up hurting that margin story and that profitability story that you're trying to sell?
Yeah, so we are differentiating on capabilities, and customers are willing to pay for complex logistics. So we're not chasing all packages. We're leaning into the complex logistics parts of the market where the revenue quality is quite good, and we're very focused on revenue quality.
I am curious on that complex logistics part, and particularly the technology and machinery that goes into that. Are you increasing your capital expenditures in that space, or is the money for that, has that already been telegraphed to the market?
Well, it's a terrific question. Our capital spending has come down considerably. We'll spend around $3.6 billion of capital in 2025, in line with our depreciation. That's down from what we had been spending, but it's principally because of the reduction in the volume associated with Amazon. So we don't need to purchase as many vehicles or aircraft, and we can then optimize the capital against more technology. So if you unpacked how we're spending our dollars, you see more capital being shifted to technology and these enabling characteristics.
This is a broader question, and it really is about the technology spend that we're seeing across a wide variety of industries, whether it's in AI or things similar to AI. What has been the discussion that you've been having with your deputies and maybe to a certain extent with any external accountants about the best way or the most efficient way to spend and invest in this space rather than, some companies basically just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks?
Yeah, we are a big believer in pay by the drink. We like to develop and launch a small initiative to see if we get a return, let that return then pay for the next initiative, so on and so forth. From a technology perspective, particularly generative AI, we've been focused on productivity investments, which are really easy to pay by the drink. As we think about expanding that now to customer, we'll do the same sort of thing. We'll test and learn, and spend in increments.
Carol, last question. President Trump is signing some executive orders and some memos in the Oval Office. And again, he reiterates to reporters he's looking at a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Are you noticing any changes in shipment, demand, rerouting, anything on tariff threats?
So, Alex, to date, we have not seen any change. And let me just put it into perspective for you. Last year, on average, we delivered 22.4 million packages per day. Of that amount, less than 400,000 packages per day were imported into the United States. So our exposure directly is less than 2% of our volume. The other thing I will say about tariffs is that we are well positioned to address the customer's needs if tariffs do go into place, because shippers may do nothing. They may put the cost of the tariff into their price, or they may think about a change in mode, perhaps moving from premium air to ocean, or they may change destination and origin. And with our global integrated network, we can serve our customers any way they need us to serve them.
Carol, we always appreciate you taking time for us on our earnings day. Carol, of course, CEO of UPS. And just a quick note to Alex's point about those.
All right, everybody, you have been listening to our TV colleagues there with the CEO of UPS, Carol Tomé. As we've talked about earlier, the stock really under a lot of pressure. It's the worst decliner in the S&P 500, down 14%. This on a surprise plan to reduce Amazon volume. So investors certainly sitting up and taking notice. And the stock, as we said, down about 14%, Tim.
Well, we're all seeing all stocks take a leg lower. The S&P 500 moving lower as a result of that headline, Trump saying 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico due to fentanyl. I know Charlie Pellet has been watching this market action closely. He's standing by now for a business flash. Hey there, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Tim and Carol. 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P well off session highs right now. In fact, NASDAQ just turning lower right now, swinging between gains and losses. The S&P holding on to a 13-point advance, up by about 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by about a point, while the Dow is up 36, up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.2%. The Russell 2000, though, up by 0.9%. 10-year right now, 4.52%, with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $35 the ounce, up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, $73.47 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin right now just above $105,000. Bitcoin up by 1.4%. Microsoft shares down 6% after earnings. The big event after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Apple. Complete coverage right here on Bloomberg Business Week with Apple ahead of earnings, down 0.6%. Intel also will be reporting after the close of trading. Chipmaker right now up by 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes left to go in the trading session. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. And as Tim and Charlie both mentioned, we did see stocks roll over here. We've now got the Dow in negative territory, but you are definitely off the best levels of the session, but a leg down. And we did have some comments from President Trump from the Oval Office talking to reporters, and the president saying that there are plans to announce Canada, Mexico tariffs because of fentanyl shipments, we would assume, coming into the United States, and specifically, I should say, that the president saying 25% tariffs when it comes to Canada and Mexico. So we're going to look for some more clarifications on that, more detail, if you will. But investors noticing and sending stocks in a straight leg down over the last few minutes.
Not just stocks, keep an eye on currencies as well. The Mexican peso has sunk to a session low on those comments from Trump about tariffs. Let's see what Sam Stovall has to say about this. He's chief investment strategist at CFRA Research. He's back with us from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Sam, it was an interesting trade today, even before just a few minutes ago, and we got those comments from reporters saying that Trump would impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico due to fentanyl. How are you looking at tariffs over at CFRA?
Hey, Tim. Well, certainly we are paying attention to whatever the president says one day to the next. We still think, however, that a majority of this tariff talk is more to do with negotiating and trying to get to, squeeze out, whether it's from Colombia, Venezuela, as well as Mexico and Canada, to try to get whatever it can to improve the trade situation.
The sensitivity, though, Sam, of the markets to a headline on possible tariffs, the sensitivity even on Monday to the news out of DeepSeek in terms of AI, many were saying that, you know what, investors are just looking for a reason to sell after 2 years of just moving higher. Do you agree that there's a sensitivity in the market, or do you think the fundamentals are there that investors don't need to be so nervous about the outlook, especially when it comes to further gains?
Well, I think certainly that we could easily go through a pullback or even a mild correction, because those things do happen every so often. But I still call myself a bull. I think that we are likely to see prices higher at the end of the year, but volatility, I think, certainly is going to be on the upswing. But I would tend to say also that because the market has been very willing to rotate from the high growth areas, showing some interest in healthcare, healthcare, in materials, in industrials, areas that had been underperformers in 2024. That says a lot to me that investors are not willing to give up the ship just yet.
Did you change your view given the stock market action that we saw on Monday with some big name tech names sell off as a result of the DeepSeek news?
Well, Tim, we didn't change our view because we're taking sort of a wait and see attitude like the Fed. We did acknowledge absolutely that it is news that should probably be taken quite seriously. We still think that these companies are likely to stress the need for greater compute as we shift toward agentic AI and physical AI. But at the same time, these semiconductor companies could probably end up experiencing